As you adjust to the new realities for operating your business and engaging with your customers, let us help you transform your business into a digital powerhouse capable of adapting and taking advantage of today's opportunities. With our best-in-class array of digital solutions, you can conduct your business, receive payments from your customers, and perform transactions quickly, safely, and conveniently, because we've got you covered with the right people, technology, and service offerings. Contact us today and let us take your business to its zenith. Zenith Bank, in your best interest.
Are you interested in getting your products or services to more people, expanding your business, becoming more profitable, and a leader in your industry? If yes, then simply open a Zenith Bank SME Grow My Business account and get the extra edge you need. Access loans at competitive rates, get a free business website, free listing on Google My Business to make your offerings visible to over 100 million Nigerians online, free digital trainings on effective marketing techniques, access to business tools to improve operational efficiency.
us, so whatever you like, however you like it, Zenith Bank PLC has got you covered. Zenith Bank, in your best interest.
Interested in getting your products or services to more people, expanding your business, becoming more profitable, and a leader in your industry? If yes, then simply open a Zenith Bank SME Grow My Business account and get the extra edge you need. Access loans at competitive rates, get a free business website, free listing on Google My Business to make your offerings visible to over 100 million Nigerians online. For digital trainings on effective marketing techniques, access to business tools to improve operational efficiency, and so much more. Visit any of our branches today to get your Grow My Business account or www.zenithbank.com/SME to learn more.
As you adjust to the new realities for operating your business and engaging with your customers, let us help you transform your business into a digital powerhouse capable of adapting and taking advantage of today's opportunities. With our best-in-class array of digital solutions, you can conduct your business, receive payments from your customers, and perform transactions quickly, safely, and conveniently, because we've got you covered with the right people, technology, and service offerings. Contact us today and let us take your business to its zenith. Zenith Bank, in your best interest.
Hi, my name is Zenith. Welcome to my crib. In my family, we believe life should be simple, convenient, and fun. That's why we use a bank that not only understands our transaction needs, but also provides us with options that best suit our personal styles. Take me, I have a Zenith Aspire account that provides you with the flexibility to manage my school expenses and be the cool guy on campus. Wait a minute. This is my big sister, Tiwa. She's a fashion designer. She sells her outfits online using Zenith Global Pay and regularly sends money to my kid sister and I with star 966 hash easy banking. With my big brother, Abu loves football. He's a mobile app guy, and with just a click on the Zenith mobile app, he has our cable subscription up because he hates missing games. That's my mom. Mom is the superwoman, and she's always trying out new recipes. Mom is a convenience shopper. She orders online, but prefers to pay with her debit card. Now, meet my dad, Mr. Wazobia. He says his phone can be distracted while he's at work, which is why he's always using the Zenith Internet Banking Portal on his PC, www.zenithbank.com. Have I told you about my younger sister and bestie? She recently opened a Zika Teens account. She experiments a lot and uses all the Zenith digital channels depending on how she feels. That's Auntie Nene. She's always smiling and has already opened a Zenith Children's account for my niece, Simba, to save towards her future education. Let's not forget grandma and grandpa Wazobia. They've been Zenith Bank customers forever and currently paying no bank charges with their Zenith timeless accounts. Voila! This is us, the Wazobians. So, whatever you like, however you like it, Zenith Bank PLC has got you covered. Zenith.
Okay, guys, let's go live. Let's go live. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Please welcome your host for today's event, Mrs. Tolu Adeleru Barogon and Boyson Omofaye.
Thank you very much. You may be seated. And just a quick call for the panelists for today's event. Please make your way to tables 3, 5, 6, and 11 in front and to my left here. Panelists for today's event, please make your way to tables 3, 5, 6, and 11.
Good morning, everyone, and a warm welcome to today's event. My co-host Tolulope Adileru Balogun will be joining me to co-host this event, which we all expect to be a very exciting one. This program is the 7th edition of the annual initiative by Zenith Bank PLC, the leading financial institution in Nigeria, to provide a platform for government officials, export regulators, industry practitioners, and economic leaders across the world to discuss the varied opportunities in Nigeria's non-oil export business and how we can best develop the area to promote economic growth, improve terms of trade, and ensure increasing foreign exchange inflows.
And of course, we all know my co-host, Boyson Omofaye, business show anchor with Arise News. And together, we will be anchoring this event today through conversations, keynote addresses, as well as panel discussions. Let's look at some of the data. Now, according to the National Bureau of Statistics, for the 2021 fiscal year, non-oil exports for Nigeria stood at 2.14 trillion naira, accounting for only 11.32% of total exports, which stood at 18.91 trillion naira for the year. And with total imports amounting to 20.84 trillion naira, Nigeria went on record to have a balance of trade deficit of 1.94 trillion naira for 2021.
So we've got a whole lot of figures to chew, but what is important is about the public knowledge and the vast about the mineral resources and other resources that we have that we can use to improve the wealth of the economy. And today we've got the hall fully packed with all of you, and we thank you all for making the time. Just to get it started for me, to all of you who are distinguished guests here this morning, I've got 3 individuals in the hall who are wearing 3 different types of colors of necktie. One is in green, the other one is wearing a blue tie, and the other is wearing a red tie. Now, if you know America very well, the US president, every US president wears different ties for different occasions. If the US president is going into a war room, he wears a red tie. If he's talking to Iran or any other country, he wears a red tie. If he's going for business meetings and economic meetings, he wears a blue tie, maybe to Davos. And then the green tie stands for Mother Earth, which is very rich. So sitting these three men together, may I please, everyone, put your hands together for these three individuals. We'll introduce them later. The governor of the central bank, Goodwill Emefiele, sporting a green tie. Alhaji Aliko Dangote, sporting a blue tie. And Jim Ovia, the founder and chairman of Zenith Bank PLC, sporting a red tie. Now, if you're a fan of the Green Eagles, or you belong to Arsenal or Man U, you've got this man represents your favorite football club sides. Give them another round of applause. So what happens this morning is that Jim Ovia brings money to the table. Aliko is here to take the money and use it. And Goodwill Emefiele is sitting down here to ensure that they have a fair play and that foreign reserves and export is well done. Three of them are here together as the team this morning. Let me hand you over to Tolu Lokwe, who will do a few other introductions.
Thank you once again, ladies and gentlemen. And we know that with the current economic realities, it is now much more imperative that Nigeria finds its way with its non-oil exports. It's important that we wean ourselves of the dependency on crude oil and find a way to bring in education, employment, and of course prosperity for Nigeria as well. And we do believe today that you will leave this program with more information in terms of the value of what is currently active in the non-oil sector, and also exposing Nigerians as well as those in the room and those watching us via the online stream to the immense business opportunities that are available in the non-oil export business. So without wasting too much more of your time, we need to get straight into our activities for today, which will start, of course, with a few recognitions of some other distinguished guests who are present with us.
Thank you, Tolu Lokwe. Let me just say a few words of thank you very much for putting this together to the man who sits at the top of Zenith Bank, the Group Managing Director and CEO, Mr. Ebenezer Onyeago. Please give me a round of applause to you and your great team for putting this together again, the 7th edition of this for the bank. We will be hearing from some of the distinguished personalities who are here. All of us are distinguished, but let me quickly recognize, and sitting at the table with a big man is the immediate past CEO of the Nigeria Export Promotion Council, Mr. Olusegun Awolowo, who is also a trade expert. Please stand up for recognition, sir. Thank you. And to make sure that there is enough money on this table at the center is the Managing Director of the Bank of Industry, Mr. Lukayo Dekpito. We're also recognizing some other members of our panel this morning. Please let me recognize the Controller of Customs, Adekunle Oloyede, in charge of Tinkan Island Port, Apapa. Thank you. Representing Colonel Ibrahim Hamid Ali, retired, the Comptroller General of the Nigeria Customs.
And also we'd like to welcome Her Royal Majesty Adaku Chidume Okoro. She's also present with us. Please a round of applause for her. We also have the Managing Director of Wakot, Bihu Nanda, with us. Please a round of applause for him. And we have the Managing Director of First Patriot, Santosh Pinani. Please a round of applause for him as well. And Alhaji Adeyemi Adeniji, he's the Managing Director, Starlink Global and Ideal Limited, is also present with us. Please a round of applause. Let's encourage and of course appreciate all of the experts who are with us, who will be sharing valuable insights and their time with us. We also have Johan van der Merwe, who's with us. He's the Group Managing Director of Tulip Cocoa as well. Please a round of applause for him.
Also on our roll this morning will be the Managing Director of the Nigerian Ports Authority, Mr. Mohammed Bello Koko, who is also here. Thank you very much. And Naveed Zafar, Managing Director, West Africa Container Terminal, one of the private sector operators. Thank you very much for coming. Philip Yila Yusuf is the Director in charge of Development Finance at the Central Bank of Nigeria. He's going to be on the panel as well. and he will be represented here by an assistant director in charge of Ayola Quadri. He will be the one who will be representing him here. You here, please, on behalf of Dr. Ila? Oh, thank you very much for coming through as well. And it's not just about the exports and the big boys with the deep pockets. It's also about bringing technology and other things into this. So the founder and CEO of Flutterwave, Mr. Agbola Olubenga, is also on my panel today. Or represented, thank you very much. Babatola Fasher, who is the chairman and CEO of Colossus Investment, thank you for coming. And I know we have men and women in the hall, but there's only one man here. And that is the president of Man Association, Shegun Ajayi Kadri. That's the only man in the room. Thank you. We represent Manufacturers Association of Nigeria. Just call him man. That's the man. And Bamidele Ayemibo, senior consultant, 3T Impex Trade Center. Where are you? Okay. Great. Thank you. It's good to see you. So I think it's time now to raise the curtain on today's event formally and come for a formal welcome. We have the privilege of inviting Ebenezer Onyeago, the Group Managing Director and CEO of Zenith Bank, to the podium.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It feels so good and beautiful in this room. It feels so exciting welcoming everybody here to the 7th annual Zenith International Trade and Non-Oil Export Seminar. Before I go on, it's important for me to recognize, even though they've been recognized, to also emphasize the relevance and the significance of having certain personalities who are here with us. First and foremost is the presence of our inspirational, very, very cerebral, and very outstanding leader in the person of our chairman and founder, Mr. Jim Ovia. You know, I'll tell you a bit of a story. 2 weeks ago, we received an award at the London Stock Exchange as the best commercial bank in Nigeria and the best bank in Nigeria back-to-back. The best corporate governance institution in Nigeria. And one of my colleagues, CEO, called me to congratulate me. He said, you know, do you have one portal which is unique to you? Nobody can access that portal. I said, which portal is that? He said, it's the JO's portal. He said, it's the JO portal of wisdom, JO portal of creativity, JO portal of leadership, JO portal of guidance. So this portal is uniquely available to only Zenith. So it's important for us to recognize that the foundation of what we are doing today is laid by our chairman and founder, Mr. Jim Ovia. It's also important to recognize the presence of the central bank governor. Ever since we started this program, the central bank governor has been behind giving us the push, giving us the encouragement, and every deliberation, every point we raise at every seminar, he always asks for them. And when you look at policy reforms and initiatives that are being developed from the central bank, you see that the CBN itself takes so much interest in what we are doing, in what the various stakeholders are contributing in terms of unleashing the huge potential of our non-oil export. So please, I want you to help me acknowledge and recognize the personality of the CBN governor, Mr. Godwin Emefiele. Of course, we have our foremost industrialists and also foremost exporter, Alhaji Aliko Dangote. Alhaji was in Abuja till almost midnight yesterday, And when we spoke, he told me he wants to be here physically. So it's important to know that we have Alhaji, we have the CBN governor, who have laid aside other assignments to be here. And that goes to tell you the relevance and importance of this session, not just for Zenith Bank, but for the country as a whole. It's also important for me to recognize Segun Awolowo. Why do I recognize Segun Awolowo? Maybe when I tell the story of how we started this seminar, Segun came briefly. He has always been a friend of the house. And it was in the period when there was acute foreign exchange scarcity. And Segun was living, he said, if only you people know the potentials of non-oil export, you will not be busy looking for oil money. He said, we need somebody who will be talking about it. Then as soon as Segun left, we said, oh, we need to own this advocacy. So that led to the commencement of our non-oil export seminar in 2016. And ever since we started, Segun has not missed any. Even in the year of COVID, when we did it online, Segun, he wasn't disposed, but he still enrolled and participated. So Segun, we thank you very much. I also want to recognize Kayode Piton. Kayode has been doing quite a lot since he assumed the mantle of leadership in BOI. It's coming up, don't worry. Okay, thank you. So for Kayode, when he assumed leadership, he initiated a very effective communication and engagement with banks. And we complain about, well, we can't be carrying the risk, we are taking the income. Kayode came up with some kind of incentive to encourage banks. But we are still pushing Kayode. I'm sure that Kayode is looking creatively into the concept of risk sharing and risk participation in his program. Thank you, Kayode, for coming. Then to our panelists who are here, I must also recognize the Nigerian custom. When we started making the preliminary engagement and we went to custom, we thought we were going to face a pushback. But interestingly, they were very freely disposed to the engagement. And they expressed their willingness to hear what other stakeholders have to say about the quality and nature of service they were giving. And as a result, each time we hold this session, we always have very effective representation from custom. And in my opinion, in terms of their conversation and contribution, they've been very frank and honest. So please, let's put our hands together for Nigerian customs. Of course, we have our own Mohammed Koko. We didn't take us much to get Koko to come here. And Koko is also driving a resurgence in terms of review of the service profile of what is going on at the port. Let me also recognize Professor Orama. Professor Orama has been a partner with the bank. Apart from providing funding support to enable us participate actively in post-shipment and pre-shipment financing, he has also been very, very upfront in terms of the renaissance of the African trade. And to that extent, they have developed, we are partnering with them in developing the Pan-African payment system, which is being developed uniquely for Africa. And in my private conversation with him, he says, if we are talking about trade in Africa, it doesn't get bigger than Nigeria. Therefore, each time we hold this session and invite him, he sets everything aside to join us. So, Prof, he's online. We thank you for your contribution and active participation as we go along. Let me also recognize the personality of His Excellency Mene Wamkele. Mene Wamkele is the Secretary General of the African Continental Free Trade Area. Unfortunately, he's not here because he's traveling. I'm sure he's airborne to Casablanca because of the nature of his assignment. We are also in partnership with them in making sure that Nigeria is positioned to drive the key business opportunities that African Continental Free Trade Zone will unleash. So, ladies and gentlemen, how did we come about this International Trade and Export Seminar? In 2014, when we faced the commodity crisis and we saw the price of crude plummeting from an all-time high of $114 to about $27 in 2016, we sat back and we felt we needed to do a deeper dive into the various sources of foreign exchange inflow into the Nigerian economy. Of course, we knew that foreign exchange inflow coming from oil is the most significant, and there is also a concentration risk around it. Therefore, we started looking at others. You talk about the FDIs and FPIs. You talk about also funding coming from multilateral agency, either by way of grant or by way of loan. When you talk about the FDIs and the FPIs, let me isolate them. If you are looking at the FDIs together with the loans, that's when they start looking at you and tell you in moments when there is elevated risk, they tell you your risk premium as a nation is elevated. Therefore, the cost of them having to consider bringing investment, either by way of direct investment or by way of loan, now the conditions are now much more elevated and more difficult. Of course, we know the FPIs. The FPIs are bargain hunters. They come in today, they are ready to exit tomorrow. It doesn't really matter to them. So, and in terms of their duration curve is short. Then we looked again at non-oil exports. And what came to the fore was that non-oil export of all the sources of forex inflow in the country is the oldest source. It has always been there before oil was discovered in 1957. And in terms of the opportunities in the non-oil export, is expansive. There is also inclusiveness. Inclusiveness in the sense that in various parts of the country today, you can find one or two items that are exportable. No region of the country is left out. So, apart from that, it has a huge value chain from sourcing to logistics to also the eventual the end product of exporting. So we felt that it was important for us to begin the advocacy to create the awareness in everybody that this is the treasure port of the country. This is where we think we have the panacea to be able to rejuvenate and renew our export and our forex earnings. So we came again and said it was not something we had to do alone, standing alone. We engaged all the stakeholders and we had the first session. The first session was very outstanding. We had the customs, we had the port, we had NEPC. And from the success of the first program, we decided that we will make it an annual event. And indeed, since we started, we took a statistics of it. When we started the program, the percentage of non-oil export to total export was 4%. But that was 2016. In 2017, it moved to 4.6%. In 2018, it moved to about 9.3%. In 2019, it moved to 13%. In 2020, because of the COVID, it slided down to about 11%. And in 2021, it's still muted at about 11%. So in a way, we can say of a fact that since we started the advocacy, that there's a gradual improvement in terms of the flows we are getting from non-oil exports. So we felt we needed to do it more recently. We felt we needed to bring in more people and get us to continue to speak about it because the opportunities are immense. So far, in terms of the result we've achieved, like I said earlier, from the deliberations and the points raised, we've been able to see changes in policy implementation. For instance, in one of the programs, the stakeholders, the practitioners, recommended that central banks should consider extending the time limit required for the repatriation of the non-oil export proceeds. It used to be 90 days. They recommended extension. CBN graciously came up with a policy extending it by 180 days. I thought we should give ourselves a round of applause. Again, from the practitioners, there was also concern that there could be leakages. Leakages in the sense that accountability of what was being exported out of the country was lacking. So what we suggested from one of the sessions was that every export leaving the country must carry the Nigeria NSP form. As soon as that was introduced, we had what we call a disciplined and more transparent record keeping of exports happening in the country. Then we also felt we all need to create education and awareness. We partner with Nigerian Export Promotion Council. We are providing training for all levels of exporters, whether you are a beginner or you are already into export business. We are carrying out training and retraining for every participant in the non-oil export business. Then we also advocated funding for non-oil exports. And we can see the subsequent reaction from CBN with the number of funding programs that have been put in place designated to support non-oil export business. And indeed, in one of the programs also, there was a contribution that central banks should consider creating incentive beyond the export grant that will encourage exporters to repatriate the export proceeds. Just very recently, in Q1, CBN introduced the race to raise $200 billion in non-oil exports in 5 years. And one of the pillars of that program is the payment of 65 naira rebate to every exporter who repatriates the export proceeds and sells into the market. And if you earn the export proceeds, you use it on your own, you also earn a rebate of 35 naira. The statistics we have, we are waiting for CBN, I'm sure within this week or next week, the statistics will be released. But from all indication, from what we see, the initiation of that program has seen an improvement in terms of the repatriation of non-oil export proceeds in the country. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is one assignment that Zenith owes. Zenith feels that is not just, for us, it's not about profitability. For us, it's not about business, it's our own corporate social responsibility and investment to create awareness. So it's my pleasure to welcome everyone to this session, and hoping that from the engagement we have today, we'll be able to come up with programs and policies that will enable us elevate the practice and the business of non-oil activities in the country. I welcome you all. To our speakers, we thank you for coming. To the panelists, thank you for setting everything aside to come. I can assure you that you will have a very wonderful session. And in terms of the training program, we don't charge any fee for the training. In fact, we call it zero to hero. Zero to hero in the sense that if you haven't done export business before, you can come to Zenith Bank for mentorship and tutelage, where we take you through the rudiments in terms of product sourcing, in terms of access to market, logistics, packaging, at no fee. So my colleagues are all around. We have some who are online. We have some who are here in the hall physically. Feel free to enroll. You earn the benefit of being exposed to what non-oil export business entails in Nigeria without you having to pay for the fee. So it's my singular pleasure and honor to welcome everyone, and thank you very much.
Please, I think we can do better with our round of applause once more for the Group Managing Director and CEO of Zenith Bank PLC, Mr. Ebenezer Onyeagu. And as we continue things, I would like to also recognize Mr. Kayode Adeyemi. He is representing the private sector for Southwest Nigeria. He's the president of the Odua Chambers of Commerce, Industry, Mines, and Agriculture. Please, again, a round of applause for Mr. Kayode Adeyemi for joining us today. And as we keep things moving very swiftly here, one thing that I took away from the GMD speech was advocacy. And when it comes to advocacy, it's important that we have institutions who have excellent leadership coming from the very top. and leadership sets an example. And the next gentleman that I would like to introduce has set an example not only for his team at Zenith and many of the institutions he's part of, but also for the financial services sector, not just in Nigeria, but across the continent. The man is also described as the godfather of banking, and that was Forbes Africa that described this next gentleman as that. And under his tutelage, Zenith Bank has become one of the largest banks on the African continent and an internationally recognized institution. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor and my privilege, and I would like a very loud round of applause for the founder and chairman of Zenith Bank, Mr. Jim Ovia, CON. Please, let's welcome him to the podium.
I just passed on. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, you are all specially welcome this morning. I'll just pass on a very quick correction to, what's your name, please? Okay. Sorry? Tolu? Yes. She tried to elevate us a little bit by saying that we are now the largest bank in Africa. Actually, we expect to be very soon. We're actually the largest bank in Nigeria. In terms of shareholders' funds, the current edition of released Bankers magazine in collaboration with Financial Times put us at number 460 in the world. That's the top 1,000 banks in the world. We are number 460 in terms of shareholders' funds, but put us exactly at number 1 in Nigeria. Okay, good. I should see, where do you have the screen on? We'll have the screen on so that we can see the PowerPoint. But it's also very important for us to start by asking, why do we need to export? We've been exporting oil for many years. Even before oil was being exported, we were exporting cocoa. The first, one of the largest buildings I know in Lagos is called Cocoa House. Cocoa House. And the building, in Lagos, in Ibadan, it's called Cocoa House. It was built with resources from cocoa. Very large building. And we also know a building on Broad Street called Western House. Correct me if I'm wrong. It's Western House. What's the height of that building? About almost 18-story building. Yeah, all the corporates are there. All law firms are there. It was built with resources from cocoa and all that. And of course, our imperial masters, that's the British colonial masters, they had built the 25-story building. Not with oil, because at the time we didn't have in commercial quantity. We're not exporting oil at that time. It was money from cocoa, mineral resources. So we've actually been exporting. But now we want to deep dive into other areas, other sectors of the economy other than oil, hence non-oil export. Let's look at what had made many African countries, European countries very successful. I will look at, the GDP of a number of countries in the world today. We have the US, the UK, France, Japan, China. Most of these countries, they don't have oil. In fact, China doesn't have oil. US has. US has, that's good. Japan doesn't really have oil. But how come they become some of the wealthiest countries in the world? It's because they are doing a great deal of innovation. They are doing a great deal of production, manufactured goods, and services. If we now start looking at the companies, the organizations that are very domiciled in some of these countries, we can see why. One, in terms of information technology and in terms of various resources, in terms of ideas, you have Apple computers, 2.4 trillion in market cap. You have Microsoft, 1.9 trillion in market cap. Alphabet, Google, 1.4 trillion. Tesla, almost 1 trillion. And other healthcare services, Johnson & Johnson, over $500 billion. Then you have Berkshire, you have over $500 billion. And Visa International, over $500 billion. Now, these are not oil related. Could we mimic what they are doing? Could we also create our various non-oil services in these areas? The answer is yes. We're already beginning to achieve that. In Nigeria, we have startup companies, fintech companies. We have Flutterwave, and no, the MD of Flutterwave is probably here. We hear that the valuation is $3 billion, more valuable than many banks in Nigeria today. That is Flutterwave. It's not, they don't have an oil well. They do not have an oil well. They don't. Ideas, intellectual capital, brilliant Nigerians, $3 billion in market cap. OPay, $2 billion in market cap. Interswitch, well above $1 billion. A small company called Kuda, over $500 million. When we say market cap, they are not really listed, but the valuation. Paystack had recently been bought for a value of $200 million. So we don't know the market cap of Paystack because they are not listed. For a technology company to be bought for $200 million, that's probably about the amount you pay to get an oil well. So we could really see it's not just oil or oil well. Technology, intellectual capital, and other aspects of products, manufacturing, telecom, information technology, and telecommunication. That's also very valuable. Those are the areas where our GDP continue to grow. GDP contribution in terms of the area of oil well is not really much. The GDP contribution from oil well was only about 11%, and whereas the balance comes from services and other aspects of the economy. So definitely we need to deep dive into non-oil experts. And GCON Aliko Dangote has rich data in the area of manufacturing because he is also a guru in manufacturing sector. And he will also let us know how we can deep dive into the areas of non-oil export. The central bank governor, we are very pleased, he's also here. He has a whole array of statistics of what we need to do, of what central bank have been doing in terms of encouraging Nigeria businesses in the area of non-oil export. Let's look at some African countries: Morocco, Kenya, South Africa, Nigeria, Egypt. Of all these countries, Nigeria's GDP is largest than all. But very slightly, if you are looking at Egypt, if you are looking at South Africa is above 400 billion now. And Egypt is also slightly above 400 billion, catching up with Nigeria. Nigeria definitely is also above 400 billion. But these countries I've mentioned, they do not have as much oil as Nigeria. Nigeria is a member of OPEC, one of the richest countries that produce oil. But very soon, they're going to soon become irrelevant because OPEC is no longer as reliable in terms of, we are not even meeting our quota in production of our own quota for OPEC. Whatever it is, I think, CBN Governor, you have the data for what do we export in oil every year? About how much? 1.8 million barrels per day. And in terms of cash, what does that give per annum? Okay, let's assume we know. Let's assume we know. That figure is nowhere near, if you extrapolate, near the valuation of, is nowhere near the valuation of Google. Google doesn't have land for oil. It doesn't have anything to do with the valuation of Amazon. They don't have oil. They don't have anything to do with the valuation of Microsoft. All these organizations I'm listing, they are intellectual capital. But we have so many brilliant young boys and girls who are beginning to demonstrate we could do this in Nigeria if we support them. So, Mr. Governor, I'm happy you are here. Sometime in the past, there were issues about some of this fintech that you and your team need to give them more support, more encouragement in terms of either resources or in terms of financing, funding, or whatever you need to do. Not as much as the oil companies we need, but definitely we now know these are the areas that will make Nigeria to grow and do exceedingly very well. Now, I've been told to just present a goodwill message, not to make any elaborate detailed presentations. That will be done by my very good friend, GCON Aliko Dangote, #1 manufacturer in the country, has a lot of businesses, many of which are being exported. When he first arrived, we visited the floating lounge to show him some of his products that are already currently being exported. He's enviably in the best position to do that, not me. My job is a goodwill message, and at this point, I want to welcome you guys. Thank you for coming. Thank you.
And please, once again, let's use applause to usher the founder and chairman of Zenith Bank PLC, Mr. Jim Ovia, CON, back to his table. Please, let's keep the applause going for him. And as we keep the program moving on steadily now, I will also be introducing another very distinguished gentleman that I know many people are anxious to hear from as we look at Nigeria developing its non-oil export sector. The governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria, our next speaker is Mr. Godwin Emefiele. Now, before joining the CBN, you can go ahead. I know I'll get one more of those. Before joining the CBN, he spent over 25 years in commercial banking, and he was at one time the group managing director and CEO of Zenith Bank PLC. So we can see that there is definitely a thread of excellence that runs through Zenith Bank. Before his banking career, he was a lecturer in finance and insurance, and he is an alumnus of Stanford University, Harvard, and Wharton Graduate Schools of Business, and a very distinguished and honorable gentleman coming to the podium. Please, a round of applause for the governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria. Please, let's keep the applause going until he makes his way to the podium.
Please sit down. The chairman and the founder of Zenith Bank, Mr. Jimovia, the president, with a small p, before I commit an offense here, of the Aliko Dangote group, Alhaji Aliko Dangote, the group managing director of Zenith Bank, other very, very important and distinguished invitees here this morning, our colleagues at I'm saying CBN, at Zenith Bank, ladies and gentlemen, good morning to you all. I am extremely delighted to be with you again this morning, and especially to be amongst many people that I have known for over 3 decades, in an organization that I still look upon as home. I thank you for inviting me here this morning and for the warm introductions that have been offered here to me. And I mean what I said, that Zenith is home. I miss you all. Out of my 27 years as an operator, 25 out of 27 what was at Zenith Bank. So when I say that I'm delighted to be here because I feel a sense of being called back home, and I mean what I'm saying. Thank you very much. I'd like to commend Zenith Bank and its leadership, led by the founder and the chairman of the board, Mr. Jimovia, for his laudable initiative in organizing an annual export seminar to explore opportunities in Nigeria's non-oil export sector with a view to growing the nation's non-oil export base and ultimately increasing the share of the non-oil sector as a percentage of total exports. And that is the reason the theme of this year's seminar, Unlocking Opportunities in Nigeria's Non-Oil Export Sector, is both timely and appropriate. This is because the global economy and the structure within are changing rapidly before our own very eyes. The previous world economic order, underpinned by globalization and seamless trade possibilities, seem to be suffering major disruptions lately. And I'm sure you all know what I'm saying. Up to very recently, when we go out, indeed, I was at some functions where at Washington, where I was talking about, can you please, we're at a forum where people are talking about globalization, they're talking about supply chains, They're talking about relying on others and the rest of them. And I said, well, for us in Nigeria, what we would like to do, we'd like to see how we can do our things our own way and develop from within us. Because we believe Nigeria has a lot of potentials and we would like to be given an opportunity to harness those potentials for the good of our people and our country. As some of those from those days, I regard them as those days, people would laugh. But today things have changed, beginning from COVID. With COVID, we saw an era where we began to dismantle globalization. Everybody today, they are all thinking about themselves first. They think about themselves first before they think of others. About 3 weeks ago, we were at a program at Basel, at the Bank of International Settlement, and I will not mention names of countries. And African Central Bank governors were all seated at a particular, after the main global session. And we were talking to, we were addressing, or we were being addressed by the lead central banker in a country, in one of the developed countries. And some of my colleagues from the African central banks, again, I will not mention names, started saying, sir, your policy of raising rates, is having tremendous adverse consequences on our economy. Those days when we go to IMF and World Bank meetings, we talk collaboratively. We talk about the fact that, listen, that when you take an action that eventually permeates other economies or has some transmission mechanisms into other economies, we tell you if it is going to be adverse that you should take it easy. And indeed, they used to take it easy. But today, with the era when people are beginning to think about themselves, what we find is that globalization is being dismantled. At that meeting, African Central Bank governors were addressing the leader of an advanced economy central bank. That the impact of hiking rates consistently, what it does is that it moves flows from developing economies back to the developed economies. Indeed, with the tightness in the global financial markets, what you find is that even the developing economies, particularly those in frontier markets like Africa, are unable to even access finance now. Even when they are able to access finance, the cost of finance is at very exorbitant rate. Some of them have already, I saw a data that was being circulated about some of them that have already started to default on their obligations or are likely to default on obligations. And they were addressing the leader of an advanced economy central bank. And he said, you know what, in my country, never seen before, inflation has assumed a level that is in its highest in last 40 years. Aside from the fact that inflation is trending up very aggressively, we're also seeing that output is decelerating. We are likely to go into recession. Gentlemen, I would want that you understand, he was addressing us, that at this time we would need to think about how to solve our inflation problem and how to solve our output problem. What does that mean? Things have changed. Where we used to tell them the adverse consequence of their decision on our economies, they listen. But today, they don't listen again. They are thinking about themselves first. And that is why I seize this opportunity to say that we must also begin to think about ourselves first. We have seen major economies taking decisions that are insular and non-cognitive of the spillovers and effects of on other countries. We have seen export bans of critical supplies from many countries, and we have seen even central banks making rate hike decisions without recourse to its effect on the global economy. What all of this tells us is that we have to look inwards as well, and indeed have to get our acts together. As the governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria, I have long recognized that Nigeria cannot rely on other countries to get us on the track of sustainable economic growth and shared prosperity. And so, over the years, and under my leadership at the Central Bank, we have heralded various initiatives and interventions, incentivized the non-oil export sector because of our firm belief that the non-oil sector holds enormous potentials to contribute to employment generation, wealth creation, and economic growth of our country. The initiatives and interventions of the CBN seek to bridge the gaps in the non-oil export sector by providing funding for working capital and capital expenditure that may be deployed to value chain expansion and/or trade-related infrastructure. Let me take us through some of these initiatives. One, 500 billion naira non-oil export stimulation facility. The non-oil export stimulation facility was introduced by the CBN in October 2017 to diversify the revenue base of our economy and expedite the growth and development of non-oil sector in Nigeria. Second, 300 billion naira real sector facility using the differentiated cash reserve, the DCRR. This facility was launched in January 2016 as part of CBN's efforts to stimulate output growth, enhance value addition, and engender productivity in our country. Three, the Commercial Agricultural Credit Scheme, CACS. The primary purpose of this initiative was to provide concessionary funding to the agricultural sector, targeting agricultural commodities production, processing, storage, farm input supplies, and marketing. Four, our Anchor Borrowers Program. This program is designed to create economic linkages between smallholder farmers and reputable companies, the anchors, involved in the production and processing of key agricultural commodities. This strategy is to increase banks' financing to improve agricultural productivity by creating an ecosystem that drives value chain financing. Five, the Creative Industry Financing Initiative. This was an initiative that was launched in 2019 by the CBN in collaboration with the Bankers Committee as part of efforts to boost job creation in Nigeria, particularly among the youths. It is designed to provide long-term and low-interest funding to players in the creative industry sector. Our areas of interest include information technology, fashion, movie production, distribution, and music. Six, 200 billion naira SME facility. This is an intervention credit launched in 2010 by the CBN and the Bank of Industry for the purpose of refinancing, restructuring existing loans to small and medium enterprises and manufacturing companies. Seven, the Micro, Small, and Medium Enterprise Development Fund. The CBN launched this fund to support the channeling of low-interest funds to the micro, small, and medium enterprise subsectors. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm delighted to note that through our concerted efforts and those of our stakeholders, the total value of Nigeria's non-oil export grew from a low of 344 billion naira in 2016 to about 2.14 trillion naira in 2021. While this may seem like a laudable increase, we have to recognize that the room for improvement is just too big for us to rest on our oars. Many comparator countries are doing much better. For instance, consider Vietnam. This is a country of 96 million people, covering about 312,000 square kilometers, compared to Nigeria, which is triple its land size and more than double its population. Yet, Vietnam earned $244.72 billion from non-oil exports in 2018, while Nigeria earned a paltry $3.3 billion during the same year of 2018. Nigeria and Vietnam have both youthful populations, but unlike us, theirs have highly trained and disciplined labor force, tailor-made for factories and industries, an outcome that began with reforms in the educational system and particular attention to what they regard as STEM courses. And STEM courses means courses in the areas of sciences, technology, engineering, and mathematics. Unsurprisingly, therefore, major phone makers such as Samsung, LG, and chip makers such as Intel all have sprawling factories in Vietnam from where they export finished products to the world. Indeed, according to the Vietnamese General Statistics Office, the country earned over $50 billion in 2018 from export of phones and related accessories alone. It is with this consciousness of the development in peer countries, and in addition to current global trends, that the Central Bank of Nigeria responded to the urgency and national imperative of diversifying the country's export base away from oil to non-oil exports with the program tagged the Race to $200 Billion FX Program RT200. You will recall that after the Bankers Committee meeting of February 10, 2022, I personally unveiled the program and stated that it will be anchored on 5 pillars, namely, 1, value-adding export facility, non-oil commodities expansion facility, non-oil FX rebate scheme, dedicated non-oil export terminal, biennial non-oil export summit, the first of which was successfully convened and held a few weeks ago here in Lagos. With respect to the first pillar, our aim is for the financial system and banking community to provide long-term concessionary funding to exporters of semi-finished and finished non-oil products aimed at expanding production capacity. For Pillar 2, we plan to provide concessionary facility to significantly boost local production of exportable commodities. In Pillar 3, we have instituted an incentive for non-oil exporters of semi-finished and finished goods, as well as goods and services in information technology and creative businesses, to repatriate export proceeds into our country. And with respect to Pillar 4, we have thrown open a challenge to interested state governments to partner with the Bankers Committee in the conceptualization and construction of dedicated non-oil export terminals to decongest ports and improve access to export facilities in Nigeria. As aforementioned, Pillar 5 provides an opportunity for a formal, predetermined, and regular forum for discussing the issues, challenges, and opportunities in non-oil export and addressing the challenges and harnessing these opportunities. In April 2022, ladies and gentlemen, the CBN indeed made its first rebate payment of 3.5 billion naira as rebate to non-oil exporters under our RT200 FX program for the first quarter of 2022. Earlier this week, and indeed just only yesterday, we authorized the payment of 20 billion naira as rebate for the second quarter. You will all recall that a major incentive for exporters that was put in place by the fiscal authority was what we call NDCC. Unfortunately, due to appropriation problems, it has been difficult to really make those funds available. And I'm aware that most companies, both large and small, who decided to explore the opportunities of export, they lost interest in export because they were not getting their rebates early. We thought, and not receiving those rebates early, we know and we realize has resulted in some losses for these companies. Because indeed, they did factor into their pricing those rebates and were very expectant that those rebates will come on a timely basis. Unfortunately, these rebates were not coming. But because from the monetary authority standpoint, we felt the importance of receiving export proceeds to fund the import needs of Nigerian importers, we decided to put in place our own rebates. And I must say, at great cost to the Central Bank of Nigeria. But I would say at less cost to us in CBN, because we feel that providing these rebates or making payments of these rebates so as to encourage people to embrace exports once again, and I'm saying export of non-oil products, what that does for us at the CBN is that it saves us opportunity of beginning to look helter-skelter for dollars to allocate to banks, to allocate to their customers to meet their import needs. So looking at which is costless or which is more costly, for us at the CBN, we think providing dollars to you or to the banks to sell to their customers, to allocate to their customers, to meet their import needs, which is ultimately the import needs of Nigeria, is a more costly alternative for us. And we feel that there is a need for us to put in place this rebate facility to encourage exporters again. Data from the first quarter, shows that Zenith Bank, for the first quarter of 2022, Zenith Bank received about 75% of the total that was paid in first quarter. And for the second quarter, Zenith Bank also received above 50% of the rebates. I am delighted that this is happening. And for this, I commend Zenith Bank on this achievement and encourage you to do more in pushing non-oil exports. Yes, I will encourage Zenith, but I hope you all know that I'm the governor of the central bank. So I have to say I want to encourage all the banks to join us in this program. We are very convinced that it is a revolutionary program. And I have told the bankers, and I have even told some people who cry and shout and say, the dollars that we receive is small, it's less. And I say, listen, there is no law that says that the Central Bank of Nigeria must provide foreign exchange to you to meet the import needs of your customers. There is no regulation that says this. But what we're doing is to aid you. As a bank, you are making your money from that business. We are trying to say, we are not compelling you, but we are advising you that you should do something to begin to think about how you can encourage large companies, how you can encourage even small companies by providing them with adequate export financing so they can go into export business, generate export proceeds with which you can earn exports to fund the import obligation of your customers. That is what we seek to achieve. But I must say this, that since we launched this program in February 2022, this program has been taken very seriously. Very, very seriously. The data that we have, which we were looking at the Monetary Policy Committee meeting yesterday, showed that as at 30th of June of 2022, the value of export had risen to $2.9 billion. Whereas it is an encouragement that we are making the right strides. But I must say that I gave example of Vietnam, a country that made over $244 billion in 1 year. A country with a population of less than Nigeria. A country with a population of less than 1/3 of the land mass of Nigeria. And I'm sure a country that has less potential in terms of the fertility of land compared to Nigeria. And you know, sometimes I get into some kind of discussions, and so I won't mention name countries again. A citizen of a country said, in my country, if I plant maize, I practically have to go there, I will check the weather, I will have to put water every day, I will have to put fertilizer, all sorts, for it to grow, for me to be able to see the maize harvest. But Nigeria is blessed. Even in this room, you put a pot here of soil and you plant maize. Just put little water. You don't have to come back tomorrow or day after tomorrow. When you come back after a week, it will begin to germinate. You come back after 4 weeks, it will have almost assumed a particular height. And I'm sure you fertilize it again. After a few more weeks, you begin to harvest your maize. These are the potentials that we have in Nigeria. These are the potentials that Nigeria possesses that we need all to please embrace. It's not just for our good, but it's good of our country. What does this do? It creates employment for our people. It reduces the rate of unemployment. It grows our economy, and our country witnesses prosperity. I'd therefore like to use this opportunity to encourage our large companies as well as our small, small and medium enterprise companies. We're doing well. We've begun to embrace this program, but we need to do a lot more. And on this note, I still want to congratulate a few people. Today, first of all, I want to congratulate our smallholder farmers who have embraced our Anchor Bora program. And they deserve a round of applause. I'm saying this because in 2015 or 2014, we were importing rice, and in large quantity. I don't have the data here. But I know in 2014, Nigeria was importing over 2 million metric tons of rice. When we started the program in 2015, we began a program of progressively reducing imports. In fact, we placed rice on an FX restriction list. Today, rice is no longer being imported. Today, we have not allocated 1 cent for the importation. We do not for importation of rice into Nigeria. We did embark on a big fight with the smugglers, and I'm happy that they listened and they have decided to stop smuggling because we identified them. Rather than smuggling, those of them that were identified have today started to grow their rice for their rice mills. So that's why I'm saying I want to congratulate and thank our rice farmers, both small and the big ones. We don't import maize. As you put it, we were also importing maize. We stopped allocating FX for importation of maize. But the big ones, because while you are talking about the small ones, we also need to thank the big ones. I was at a program in Washington, and I say it without hesitation. I was at a meeting where Nigeria was going to be expelled from the JP Morgan Index in 2016. And I was being asked, I was told we're going to be expelled from the index. And I said, well, can you please give us more time and all that? There's no time. They said, why are you asking for more time? I said, because we're going to embark on an aggressive deepening of the Nigerian economy, diversify the base of the economy from import to an economy that is built on import substitution and export orientation. They said, that is grammar, because that is what we all read in international economics. Speak to your points. I said, we started a program of stopping importation of some food items. I talked about rice, maize, and the rest of it. They said, no problem, we'll see how that goes. In Nigeria, you guys have policy somersaults. I said, well, this will take root. But the one that I talked about, which they never believed could ever happen, is that we were going to stop the importation of petroleum products into Nigeria. They thought it was a joke. They said it cannot happen. They said, what programs do you have for this? Ladies and gentlemen, and I'm sorry I'm taking a little bit of your time, and I was saying this yesterday at MPC. When we conducted an examination and provided our research, data in 2016 told us that the value of the dollar amount that Nigeria spends importing petroleum products, petrol, PMS, AGO, automated gas, aviation fuel and the rest of them, it was consuming 30% of the dollars that we need for import of goods into Nigeria. And when I told them that we're going to stop the importation of refined products, they did not believe me. And that is what I'm saying today, that we now started working, and I want to thank the Nigerian banks, and I want to thank a few foreign banks, because they worked with us, and we supported them, and we started a program to build what is today estimated at almost about $17.5 billion petrochemical, refinery, and fertilizer plant of Aliko Dangote. That program started almost about 5-6 years ago. It was early this year, early this year. The president was at Aliko Dangote's site to commission the fertilizer. Aliko Dangote urea plant has a capacity of 3 million metric tons per annum. Indorama plant, and Indorama had a capacity of 1.5 million metric tons. They increased it to 3 million metric tons, second train. And I understand Indorama is now going for a third train. They are also going to go for an expansion of their polypropylene, polyethylene, petrochemical train. Between Aliko Dangote fertilizer, Indorama, and Notori, they produce 6.5 million metric tons of urea that can easily be converted to fertilizer. Nigeria's consumption is just about 1 million metric tons. Ladies and gentlemen, we were importing urea and fertilizer. I'm sure you have not, we shouldn't forget in a hurry that there used to be a lot of racket, fertilizer racket at Abuja about fertilizer. Today, between Dangote fertilizer and Indorama, we have become a producer of urea or fertilizer for our local consumption, which is what we call import substitution. And they are currently exporting the urea and making a lot of dollars. Alaji, 3 times. Please, allow me share this secret. 2 weeks ago, I was looking at some data. Just for 6 months, pardon me, from July to December, Dangote will earn $650 million in urea exports. That is the reason I said he should pardon me, because I'm leaking a secret. But what am I doing? I'm trying to seize this opportunity to really encourage industrialists. Let's begin to think about those products that can be produced in Nigeria. Ladies and gentlemen, what does it take to produce urea? Gas. Nothing more. Nigeria has gas in, is it unlimited quantity? This is urea. Another project within his $17.5 billion is his petrochemical plant, which indeed is another byproduct coming from the refinery. Gas and crude. He will be producing excess of polypropylene and will also be exporting polypropylene, hopefully by the first quarter of next year, when the refinery also comes in place. He will be, I've been pushing him. I've been to that site more than 5 times in the last 4 years. Why have I been there 5 times in the last 4 years? He is going to be saving Central Bank 30% of the dollar needed to import petroleum products. He will be saving Nigeria. That refinery is a 650,000 barrels per day refinery. And I'm sure local consumption is just about 300,000 barrels per day. What are we talking about again? You produce for local consumption and you begin to export for the good of the country. I have singled out Dangote and Indorama, not just because I want to embarrass them, because it's an embarrassment for me to be reading out numbers. But I've done this so that Nigerians, businesses can see the benefit in producing what we eat and eat what we produce. And after meeting local consumption, you can now begin to export. This is how our country can see prosperity from creating employment, and we reduce youth restiveness in our land. So I want to seize the opportunity to encourage you. We have provided this 65 naira per dollar rebate to encourage you. And this is an opportunity, and I find this export seminar as an opportunity for me to plead with everybody. time is running against us. This is an opportunity for us as a country to reset again. Reset, and very quickly start to reset. That is what this country needs, because Nigeria has the potential. We can produce almost everything. Why is it, I don't want to mention the name of country again. Why is it that today in some countries, even in Africa, when people talk about exchange rate, or they are adjusting, the exchange rate keeps going yo. The people in that country, they don't even know what you call exchange rate. Why is it that they don't miss it or they don't feel it? It is because they produce almost everything they need for their people. They don't need to begin to look for dollars to import what they need to eat. That is when a country has seen prosperity. And I'd like to encourage all of us, small businesses, large businesses, to please embrace this. I have another point I've written. Let me see if I can remember. I talked about that we're looking forward to the time when the banks, or those of you who are importing things into Nigeria, you will no longer need central bank. You will just go to your bank. Your bank has a pool of proceeds, FX from proceeds. They will sell to you. You don't need the central bank. You won't even need to know where the central bank is. You won't need to begin to think about who should I contact in central bank because you need dollars. That is not what our country needs. Just leave central bank alone. Leave central bank. Do your thing. The banks, because you will make profit. Do your thing, the businessman, because when you import, you sell, you make profit. That is fine for us. I therefore want to use this opportunity to thank all stakeholders who have keyed into this initiative of RT200 and to assure you that the Central Bank of Nigeria will continue to pay this our 65 naira per dollar rebate as encapsulated in the RT200 FX program. We're also working on improving the ease of export process, the automation from NXP, and the PIA portals are some of the improvements that Central Bank has championed in making the export process seamless. Again, Coco. You are with us. You are a banker. You know what it is. This is my second time I use the word embarrassing you. Customs. This is my second time embarrassing you. 2 months ago, I embarrassed you at the co-hotel. What I mean embarrassment is that I said, please, exporters need an opportunity to conduct their export business in a seamless manner. Please. It is absolutely important. Absolutely important. And Coco, you gave some great ideas at the first seminar we held. But I'm praying that you are not going to be squeezed or emasculated from those reforms. Isn't it a shame that a Nigerian company wants to export? He has gone to the forest to get the goods out, or he has processed the goods, and he wants to transport his goods to your port to export. He can't do it. Gentlemen and ladies, is it not a shame that our exporters It's a shame, right? Okay. Coco, they are saying it is a shame that our exporters want to export because they can't find a way through your port. They now drive their export product from Nigeria. Again, I don't want to mention name. They drive to neighboring countries and export from there. And when those goods leave those countries, they get abroad, they say exported from that country. Whereas these are exports that initially originated for Nigeria. Please, customs, please, NPA. I apologize if this looks like an embarrassment, but it is with good intention. That we should work together to make export seamless. At least I'm interested today in export. I'm not here to talk about import. Let's make it seamless because it will benefit us as a country. In fact, it will benefit Central Bank. That is my own selfish interest because people will export and export proceeds, sell it to their banks. Then those who want to import will buy the dollar to import, and from there, you will not know where Central Bank is again. That is what we prefer. There are still many more improvements that need to be made, such as addressing port congestion and multi-agency collaboration, but I believe that concerted and coordinated efforts are ongoing to address them as well. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the task of nation building is a collaborative one, and each individual and institution has a part to play. Again, I want to thank Zenith Bank for this laudable and I call it its laudable effort to play this part, to bring us together, galvanize us together for the good of our country, not just for the good of the bank. I thank you all for your attention.
Please, let's continue a round of applause for the Governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria, Mr. Godwin Emefiele, CON. It's very, very good to see that many of the statements that he was making have found resonance and have found a home in terms of the collective ability of this conversation to go beyond this. And I took a lot of notes, but I do want to add to this conversation in terms of the numbers, because when we look at the potential of Nigeria in the non-oil export sector, it can be relative to those who we compare ourselves with. The governor of the central bank did mention Vietnam, but let's also look at Bangladesh. Bangladesh is a country that was once touted as poor, and it exported knit and woven garments alone, estimated at $30 billion in the first 7 months of 2021. India, which is another emerging market, exported textiles and apparels worth $29.8 billion between April and December of 2021. And then you also have Argentina, which exported nearly $21 billion worth of delivery trucks, soybean oil, soybean meal, and corn. The potential for Nigeria is truly limitless. And when you heard the many calls that the central bank governor made, there are many players who must be active in this. And one additional thing is, I think Zenith Bank also deserves a round of applause for what they've been able to do in this sector, as highlighted by the central bank governor. As we keep things moving along, I would also like to recognize the MD, Managing Director of Unilever Nigeria, Mr. Carl Cruz, who was also with us very early this morning, joining us. Please, a round of applause for him. And now we're moving on to our keynote address, which is coming from one of the most recognized and distinguished Nigerians. I will keep it very short and simple because if we went through his profile, we might be here for another hour. But as many of us know, Alhaji Aliko Dangote is the founder, president, and the chief executive of Dangote Industries Limited, the largest conglomerate in West Africa. The group he founded currently has a presence in 17 African countries and is a market leader in cement on the continent and in many other deliverables. Please, a round of applause. We will need to keep that going until Alhaji Dangote makes his way to the stage. Please, let's continue with that applause as we bring him to the stage at this time. You shouldn't touch anything. Point forward, just left and right.
No, you can do it there.
I may not know when you want to go. I should give it to him?
Yes. Well, thank you very much, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I think because of time, I won't go through the protocol list, and I'll just thank the organizers. I want to thank my big brother, Mr. Jim Ovia. He's the only big man in Nigeria that doesn't have a chieftaincy title, and that's why who is the chairman and also founder of this great bank, and one of the big customers of Zenith Bank, and I would like to thank them for their support to make some of our things possible. And then the group managing director, Mr. Ebenezer Muyago, who is also a very good friend. But the one that moves things around is my very good friend and my bro, Mr. Goodwill Imefele, CON. And I'll tell you later what he has actually done, even though he's not a farmer, but he has helped in transforming some of the agricultural produce of our country. I want to recognize also Mr. Olukaido Pitan, who is also here with us. I want to thank him for what he's doing. I want to also recognize my friend, Shegun Aolo, who was in charge of the exports of the country. But why I said that let me also do something, by recognizing Mr. Mohamed Bello Kolo, who is the Group Managing Director of Nigerian Port Authority. I know that, yes, Mr. Governor gave me a bit of bash, but I think I'm not here really to defend him, but it's not really his fault. The fault is that of infrastructure going into the port. We have done major part of that road, but then again, the government has given us the Section 2, which was not part of our contract, to also complete. So by the grace of God, by this year, there will not be much congestion into the port. The only thing is that the terminal operators, they have to do their own bit. Rather than parking containers, they must create and also use the parking lots where they can do a call-up service. And I'm sure he's doing quite a lot to make sure that he removed most of those bottlenecks. I know that importers, like what you've had, when the governor of Central Bank mentioned about the bottleneck, they all clapped. It's true. There was a bit of bottleneck, but I think by end of the year, things will be much, much better. Before I go into my own paper, I would like to maybe remind you that, look, Asian economies were actually based on export. They were based on exports. Why is it different here in Nigeria? Even in Nigeria, when you look at it, the infrastructure and the economy was actually created by the exports. If you look at it before, we talk about cocoa. My big brother, Oga Jim, talked about cocoa, yes? We had cocoa, we had rubber, we had granules, we had palm oil, we had cotton. But all these things were abandoned. Once we got oil, we abandoned all these things. You know, if we had actually continued with these things, they would have given us much more money than the oil itself. And like what I was telling somebody, if today, if I'm a banker, I will lend money only to either export-based industries or import substitution-based industries, because you are safer. I don't want to now go and give you money, you go and set up a factory where now 100% of your raw materials or 80% of your raw materials you have to import. It does not make sense. You know, there's that saying that I always say that, look, when you import, you're actually importing poverty into your country and creating jobs out there. And when you export, you are creating jobs here and exporting poverty to them. So that's what I believe that we should be doing. We should actually now go ahead and be exporting. Whatever we can export, we should do so. And one of the areas is that when you look at it now, you say, okay, fine, you know, today we've been hearing about green energy, you know, they want to cancel fossil fuels. Today, if you now go, you want to do anything in fossil fuel, banks abroad, I'm not talking about banks in Nigeria, they will not give you 1 cent. They will not support you to do that at all. And we need to look at all these policies and say, okay, fine, what works for us? What works for us is what we should do. I mean, today, Nigeria, we have what? We have coal. Some of the most expensive coal today is South African coal, which is $350. The only other cheap one is from Mozambique, which is 178. But if you even look at it, South Africa exports almost 100 million tons of coal. In South Africa today, they are also having power issues because they were told not to now carry on with the coal plants. And today, majority of their coal is going to Europe. And these are the same people who say that, no, we should not use coal. But they are using coal now. So I think we need to really have a change of mind. I don't want to be seeing too much of imports. Too much of imports means creation of poverty. I mean, Nigeria today, I'm very sorry, you know, I'm not doing this to embarrass anybody, but if you look at it today, this 2021, the collection of customs was 2.24 trillion, which is 25% more than 2020. When you see these numbers going up, it means that we're actually not creating jobs. Customs should collect less money. When they collect less money, then we know that the jobs are being created here. Because on exports, there's no duty. This is what we should do. And you can now see the value creation. You know, when I present my paper going forward, you see exactly what I'm saying. Why don't we now go and do something creative? We are not a country like, I don't want to even mention names, where they don't have the resources. We have the resources. It's just that whether we're lazy or we always forget things. We'll sit down, we'll have seminars like this, and then everybody will just go away and you know, carry on with their own business. Please, let us be careful. Let us do exactly what the governor of Central Bank and all our other leaders, Jim Ovia and co, they have actually proposed in terms of exports. Because people will not sit down and wonder that, okay, well, look, we're okay, you know, in Nigeria, things always will happen. You think these other countries that are having issues like Sri Lanka and co, are they not, they're also part of the world, you know, I mean, it can happen to us. I pray it doesn't, but let us be very careful and make sure we do what is right so that we can actually move forward. We have what it takes to turn this economy. We have what it takes to also bring, I must say this, if we now go on and do this policy of making sure that we have this 200 billion of export, not only that will, the currency will actually go back. You will not even be able to buy dollar at 200. We can actually support the other African countries by what? By saying that let us have a common currency, which now we will use our reserves to support that currency. And it is possible. I'm sure Governor Central Bank agrees with me. Thank you. So let me quickly go. Because of time, I will quickly go through my paper. Nigeria's non-oil export is quite low compared to other African top oil producers, if you look at it. This exposes the economy to oil price and also production risk. Right now, we are not facing issues with oil price, but we are facing issues with export or production because of what is happening in terms of oil stealing and whatever, which I'm sure the NNPC are aggressively chasing that to make sure that they put these things right. But we also need the security agencies to make sure that we stop this stealing of oil. How can you be stealing? I mean, today, you have a device where you can even open up a device and you can tell people exactly where my aircraft is. So how come people will come and be loading 500,000 barrels per day and nobody is tracking? Nobody is tracking that. I mean, today you can actually now go and see, okay, fine. If you now go, you now put the number of my aircraft or the number of anybody's aircraft, you can see them even flying, getting to their destination. That's a small distance, but you are talking about massive tankers carrying 2 million barrels. They'll come here and load and they go. We need to look at that, and I'm sure it will be addressed very, very soon. And you can see now the Nigeria's annual exports is only, the non-oil is only 6%, which is 1.19 trillion in 2018. You can see in 2019, it improves to 13%. Then it went down in 2020 to 11%, and then to 12% in 2021. But I'm very happy to hear from the Governor of Central Bank that even the first quarter is now 2.9 trillion. $2.9 billion. So that is now the next. When you look at it, the 2020 exports for top African producers, we earn only $41.4 billion, whereas the export for the entire non-oil was 5.5 billion. This was last year, 2021. And then you can see Algeria. Algeria is 46% non-oil. And Algeria does not have the resources that we have. They don't have the mineral resources that we have. You can see. Then Egypt, 71%. Even Angola is 16%. How can Angola be better than Nigeria? I mean, I respect them as a country, but no country, as far as I'm concerned, in Africa should be better than Nigeria. So there is quite a lot of room for growth, and CBN is helping drive this through the RT200 program. Overview of it, which I think it has already been explained by the Group Managing Director of Zenith Bank. This one, the program is aimed to achieve 200 billion in foreign exchange earnings from the non-oil proceeds over the next 3 to 5 years. And Mr. Governor, this is possible. And by the time I finish my paper, you will know that yes, it is possible. So the objectives of the scheme include enhance foreign exchange inflow, diversify the source of FX inflow, increase level of contribution for non-oil exports, ensure stability and sustainability of FX flows, support export-oriented companies to expand their export operations. Eligible exporters are for finished goods and semi-finished goods manufactured in Nigeria, as well as services. The scheme requires export proceeds to be sold in the I&E window. CBN pays an incentive of 65 naira for every dollar that you sell to a third party. and then they pay 35 naira for every dollar that you use for your, you use as a company. I think they actually need a big applause for doing this trajectory. And one of the reasons why our export actually over the years went down, because a lot of people projected, they went into this export incentive. It was changed. It was 30% before. Government now changed it to 15%, but then the 15% wasn't actually forthcoming. And I think for many years, Mr. Shogun Aolo tried to make sure that, yes, this money was paid to exporters, but I think up to now, we're still struggling to get that money out. So the export opportunities abound in Nigeria. Export opportunities abound in Nigeria, but there are two main routes: import substitution and export-oriented industries. The import substitution is ideally for economies like Nigeria, which has large domestic market and a huge import bill. Then investors can build industries which initially target the domestic market and then subsequently target the export, which I think they build scale and competitiveness. They usually request government protection through tariff and non-tariff barriers incentives to protect infant industries against dumping. It's not that the government will just give them this. No, they have to protect them against dumping. Because in manufacturing, we have a fixed cost. It's just like what they do in airline business, where now you are sitting in the same first class with somebody, and he will pay a fee based on F class. Then there are some seats that are also reserved for A class in first class, but you pay 30% cheaper. So when you export, you are exporting, factories majority are just like airline. If I fly alone to London, my cost is the same as if I have a full load. So that is why some of the seats that you are not able to get rid of, you give them at a massive discount. So when you export, you are going somewhere to dump your goods to make sure that you reduce your average production cost. So that's what I think we need to do. So Nigeria, we are blessed. We have a local domestic market. It's not only for export. You satisfy the local market, then the excess that you have, you export, and you still earn a lot of money, apart from collecting your 65 naira from central bank. So the next other item is export-oriented industries. Build on a country's competitive advantage. Example, access to cheaper natural resources or labor. Develop industries that are primarily geared towards export. Some countries have actually gone a step further to create special economic zones to achieve this objective: export processing zone, free trade zones, etc. Nigerian LNG Limited, which is NLNG in Bonny, is a very good example of an export-oriented investment, so it will be good to get a model where such revenues are sold in I&E window. So my take is that the next LNG should be done maybe either by private sector or something, or whoever it is, but that money has to be routed to be sold in I&E window, not only of the dividend. Nigeria has a little over a decade of successfully, achieved import substitution in the cement industry, with Dangote Group playing a very pivotal role. If you look at it in 2003, our local production was only 23%. Our import was 76%. The consumption was only 8.4%. It was low of consumption because availability was difficult. The infrastructure of the port has limitations of the imports of the cement for us to be able to now sell. But then you can see what happened in 2015. Import, coming to almost an end. The only import that we had was a one or two licenses that were given, and they haven't really expired at that time. So, but we had more than this consumption now shot up to 21.5 million because of what? Availability, and also because of cost has gone down. Then in 2017, the end of imports and beginning of exports. We did quite a lot of exports. So when you look at it now, the imports practically eliminated, and then the export commenced by, to West African region. And I think we exported about almost 3 million tons, because what we did was to convert our import terminals to now export, which we have a capacity now of 8 million tons. And if the cement is available or the clinker is available, we'll be able to export 8 million tons, which easily can earn us something like about, $800 to $900 million. Our recently commissioned 3 million tons fertilizer plant in Lekki Free Trade Zone has commenced export operations. The second largest urea plant in the world, which is leveraging Nigeria's gas reserves. And you have heard what the governor said, Indorama has the same 3 million. They're even going to expand more. And, we have already commenced export to India, North America, and Latin America, and some African countries also. We're loading a ship, hopefully this month, going to Ghana. At a steady state, we'll export 2 million tons after meeting the domestic consumption. Our group, which is the Dangote Group, is at an advanced stage of completion of its 650,000 barrels per day refinery in Lekki, was 970,000 tons of polypropylene. So for some of you that are in polypropylene, you will not have any shortage. We'll meet all the domestic demand, and then we'll export a lot. You can see that the refinery and petrochemicals will ensure fuel sufficiency in Nigeria, and also the fuel security for Nigeria while generating export earnings. Why I said fuel security, that you will not see any shortage, because we have a total of almost 5 billion liters of tank reserves. We have massive tankage. We have 187 tanks, which some of them, they carry 120 million liters. We'll export about 8 million tons of products annually in the, after meeting the domestic demand, and we will now also export 850,000 tons of polypropylene. Next slide, please. A number of important initiatives needs to be delivered to unlock these opportunities. Unlock petrochemicals opportunity by improving availability of competitively priced domestic gas. Unlock agricultural opportunity via import substitution. Unlock solid minerals opportunity by partnering with credible international mining companies. Provide an enabling environment by improving competitiveness of our ports and supporting investors. Unlocking the petrochemical exports, which is, if you look at it, the global petrochemical demand as at last year was $556 billion. By 2028 forecast is going to be at 888 point something billion dollars. So Nigeria has an opportunity of minimum, and I keep saying minimum for the third time, for $25 billion in this opportunity. Petrochemical example, polymers, methanol, and coal, demand grows with economy and with population. Petrochemical uses oil and gas as a feedstock. Nigeria can target minimum of 3% share of the market in line with its 3% share of global gas reserves. This will translate to $25 billion FX earnings by 2028 or even earlier. This will require construction of about 15 to 20 million tons of production capacity, which requires a lot of gas. The gas that we need for this is not up to what is given to LNG. LNG is consuming 3.4 billion scope of gas, whereas ours, we are talking about less than 3 billion scope of gas that can give us these earnings of over 25 billion. What is required for now also is to complete the OB3 pipeline. This could unlock a lot of gas that will connect gas from the east, because there's a lot of gas in the east, but we don't have much gas while we use it here in the west. So that gas will come to the west, and then Nigeria will have massive inflow of gas domestically. Prioritize financing to gas infrastructure relative to the rail gas pipeline, because the cost of gas infrastructure is no more than $1 to $2 maximum, compared to railway, which is almost about 3. Gas unlocks more growth relative to rail, and you can see what we are saying. If we earn 25 billion from this alone, we can actually do a lot of magic. Then provide competitive gas pricing for petrochemicals industry relative to global competition. Adjust physical framework to make sure supply of gas to domestic market is attractive to oil companies. Unlocking agriculture, import substitution, exports. Then when you look at this one, today Nigeria is importing almost 6.5 million tons of wheat. Mr. Governor, I would like you to please make sure you do that same magic you did in rice, so that people can eat bread regularly and pasta at a cheaper price. Wheat import is $2.8 billion, dairy products $1.4 billion, sugar $800 million, palm oil about 500. These are just the excess that we consume. So when you look at this one, it's totaling almost about 6 billion, which we can take from import substitution. So when you look at all this, you say, okay, fine, in the next 4 years, I don't want to actually go through the paper, because of time. When you look at it, what is the target? The target is that, can we even do this one in the next 5 years? Let us target only 50%. 50% will give you additional what? $3 billion. What is required? State governments should facilitate unencumbered access to land for commercial agriculture. And there are 2 states that have actually demonstrated that. Nasarawa and Kaduna State have done well in this regards. Other states too, they are trying. Today in Nasarawa, we were able to get 62 or so thousand hectares. 62,000 hectares of land is almost the entire, you can put 5 to 10 times the entire houses that are in Lagos State. Not in Lagos Island, no, Lagos State. Because Victoria Island is only 458 hectares, but we got 62,000 hectares, I think, thereabout. Abolish tax for primary agricultural products for domestic consumption. Luckily for us, export doesn't have any taxation. Then fix the irrigation infrastructure and incentivize private sector investment in irrigation infrastructure, which is land in exchange for infrastructural investment. And then central bank to continue its support for agricultural sector. Central bank, you have to continue so that people don't go in and now they get stuck in the pipeline. Unlocking the solid minerals exports. The opportunity is that solid minerals share of GDP. You can see in the GDP is only 7.2% that are for resources. And out of the resources, which is oil and gas alone is 97.6%, whereas only 2.4% is for solid minerals, which is too small. Solid minerals should not be less than 40%. And we can do that because we have gold, we have coal, we have so many minerals. You look at bitumen that we build roads for. is 100% imported into the country. Whereas we have massive reserves, we should be able to supply to the rest of African countries. Then Nigeria has abundant reserves of a variety of solid minerals, but the sector consists only, like what I said, 2.2% of GDP, which is too small. Development of this sector presents a great opportunity for diversifying the earnings. Achieving 5% of share of GDP could generate $20 billion of exports. It is possible. We should do that. And I will tell you how we are going to do that, because somebody will say that, but where are the ports, blah, blah. The ports, we can still build more ports going forward. There are other opportunities. Olokola is there, Brass, you name it, Badagry, which they are all coming up. Then significant import substitution opportunities are also there, because if you look at it in steel alone, we're importing almost about 900 million or maybe 1 billion in importation of steel. There's no way a country like Nigeria, with the population that we're saying that by 2040, we are going to be almost like number 3 in the world in terms of population, and we don't have a steel industry. We need to have a steel industry where we produce from our own local raw material, not importing or not even through scraps. So we need to do that. What is required is that we should establish an NNPC equivalent for the sector to hold, to hold stake on behalf of the government for minerals which are not beneficiated in the country. Government too can get involved. NNPC, I'm sure they can go in and invest now that they are a limited company. Assign acreages to credible international mining companies, as these are more likely to pay tax in the sector. The sector is currently being bedeviled by small, by low tax-paying companies. And I think we also have to do our own social responsibility by paying our own taxes. There's no free lunch. So when you are supported, you make money, then you should pay your tax after your tax-free period. Government to provide all these incentives required to develop the entire steel industry value chain. Government to revoke licenses of acreages which have actually been underdeveloped for more than 3 years. Because what is happening in a lot of African countries, they go in there, they get the license, then somebody will sit on it or hawking it around to try and have somebody to give him a free carry, which is wrong. Then improving ease of doing business for exports. The challenge. There are numerous challenges which constitute a bottleneck to ramping up exports. Nigeria has one of the highest port charges in Africa and also one of the longest processing times. This adds an immediate cost disadvantage for exporters playing in a competitive global market, because you have to be global if you want to really sell your goods. So those costs, they add up. We need to reduce the cost massively. The recent instances of policy somersault have actually raised red flags to investors. Example, the automobile sector. We had a policy somersault 1 or 2 years ago where the government changed the policy. So we need to really look at, okay, fine, what do we do? So what is required now is to reduce port charges by 50% to promote export competitiveness. And I'm happy the MD is, he's here. But then, it's not only the Nigerian Port Authority. Because the Nigerian Port Authority, they said, no, we already have a fixed charge. But I think the fixed charge, this thing, it should not be cast in stone. We should always try and review and encourage. Because rather than you collecting $5 for export of 1 ton of cocoa, why don't you encourage them so that you collect even $2 for now quadrupling that number? Instead of 1 ton of cocoa to be exported, when you encourage, they will export 10 tons. So you are better off to charge only $1. And you can see that there will be a lot of improvement. Then the terminal operators to also charge reasonable rates. When you look at it now, terminal operators, they charge 10 times some of the African countries, which shouldn't be so, because Nigeria will have volume. So terminal operators, I think whether it is through Shippers Council or through Nigerian ports, you have to call them to order and make sure that these charges are drastically reduced, because otherwise the export will not happen. Especially when we adjust the exchange rate, then it won't be encouraging to export, because when you export, you are not going to be competitive. Then drive the implementation of a single window e-customs to achieve a target of 48 hours clearing maximum. They are doing it in a lot of countries. In Cote d'Ivoire today, you go, you clear your goods. In Togo, you clear your goods. In Ghana, why should it be a problem here in Nigeria? So we can do that. Infraco to mobilize funds which will be used to activate additional ports in Nigeria. So, Mr. Governor, this is also over to you. Infraco, since you are the creation of Infraco, we need to make sure that they fund other ports so that, charges will come down, the process will be seamless, and then we'll be able to export a lot. Then to improve improve prompt crediting of export expansion grant. But even though now, whether export expansion grant is there or not, what the central bank has done is more than good enough. Governor, thank you very much for doing that. Issue circular to all regulators requiring them to hold stakeholder engagement before any changes in policy. This is very important. Policies can be changed, but please let us engage the stakeholders so that they know what you are up to, they know why you are changing, and you can also give them a reason why they shouldn't change. These lofty aspirations is achievable. So this looks like a tall aspiration. No, it is achievable. Today, you can see Nigeria has almost achieved self-sufficiency in rice production in just about 5 years. It's not only about the self-sufficiency. When you look at the cost of all items in Nigeria that we're selling, the cost of rice has not gone up that high. I've asked somebody that today, how much do we sell rice? I just called one of our customers in Kano, and he told me that they are actually selling rice between 24 to 25,000. When we used to sell pasta, our pasta actually was targeted at the cost of rice. So when rice is expensive, majority of people will not be able to afford rice. They will only eat pasta. And that is how we're able to be selling our own pasta. But right now, it's the reverse. Pasta has gone high, very expensive, because we don't grow wheat, and now rice is cheaper. So we need to focus on that. Fertilizer, Nigeria is now a key global exporter of urea and has a similar production capacity with Egypt. Egypt has been in fertilizer production for the last 30-something years. Nigeria just started about 3-4 years ago. So you can see the difference, what things can do to change. Then the LNG. The LNG is a success story in partnering with the IOCs to set up viable businesses. But when you look at it today, majority of all these European countries, they are actually running to countries that have gas to come and help them with the situation that they are in with Russia. They are talking to also Nigeria. We should actually try and leverage on our gas resources and run a gas pipeline to Algeria. Even if we don't want to do that, we can do LNG. We don't have to, because we have brass and Olokola. These, once they are dead, they have not actually, you can get financing today. The people who want to buy from us should actually give us the financing, since we don't have the financing in domestic banks. Then you can see cement, in less than 2 decades, we move from 2 million tons of capacity to now a cement exporter with over 50 million tons of capacity and still going. In my closing remarks, The export opportunities outlined in this brief presentation are achievable and will help transform our economy, deliver robust foreign reserves, and make it possible for us to even float our naira. And I think we will all see this thing in the next 5 to maximum 6 years, where the naira can be floated. So you don't have to call any bank to give you. The naira will be there. Like what I was telling my big brother Ogajim, I said that before, sometimes the naira, the dollar was cheaper from the banks, from the market, than from central bank. This was during Soludo. There was a bit of a difference in terms of price where you can get it cheaper, because I remember we brought in some dollars and we refused to sell. Actually, I was fighting the governor then, because he was saying that, no, come and sell your dollar to us. I said that, no, I will sell it to this, because, sell your dollar to the market. I said that, no, let me return it back to CBN, because the rate of CBN was even a bit higher. So, however, they are not new, and we have actually been discussing this at numerous fora over the years. I therefore call on all participants at this seminar to reflect on why these potentials have not been actualized and come up with a concrete recommendations that will translate into positive outcome by the next edition of this seminar. It is achievable, and let us all believe that we can do it. Thank you very much.
Please, let's continue with a round of applause for our keynote speaker, Alhaji Aliko Dangote, Chairman of Dangote Industries. We will be craving your indulgence, distinguished guests. We all have been holding Dr. Benedict Oke-Orama. He's virtually joining us from Cairo, Egypt, the president and chairman of the African Export-Import Bank. And we quickly want to hear from him before we'll also be taking pictures with our keynote speakers. So please, let's connect to Dr. Benedict Oke-Orama now. He will be joining us virtually from Cairo to also give his own goodwill message. Thank you so much, Dr. Oke-Orama, for your patience. Thank you as well for joining us today at the seminar. So I'll hand it over to him. Thank you very much.
OAU on that day. Although independence gave Africa political freedom, our leaders, the freedom fighters, on that day were keenly aware that it was economic freedom and control of the so-called commanding heights of Africa's economies that mattered. So on that historic day, they made 3 important decisions. Permit me to list them. First, they decided to consider prioritizing the negotiation of a free trade area amongst the independent African states. Second, they proposed to hold African trade fairs and introduce transit facilities to facilitate intra-African trade. Third, they agreed to consider setting up an African payment and settlement union. While our leaders, the freedom fighters, demonstrated the urgency of these issues by making them their first order of business in 1963. It has taken us almost 60 years to bring them to life. And I'm very pleased that our Afrexim Bank has played a key role in making sure that these decisions, these visionary decisions, are now coming to life. The AfCFTA, the African Continental Free Trade Agreement, was signed in 2018 and became effective in 2019. Our Afrexim Bank, the African Union Commission, and other partners launched a biennial intra-African trade fair in 2018. The AfCFTA Secretariat became a collaborative partner as soon as it was formed in 2019. Our Afrexim Bank began piloting the African Collaborative Transit Guarantee Scheme in the Commercial region in 2021. And the Pan-African Payment and Settlement System, PAPS, which I'm asked to speak about today, supported by our Afrexim Bank, the AfCFTA Secretariat and the AU Commission began commercial operations early this year. And with regard to the PAPS, I will invite you to consider the cost of 60 years of inaction. We estimate that about $5 billion per annum are paid out in charges to payment service providers outside the continent. If we estimate that on average, that about $3 billion per annum were paid out since the past 60 years, the continent will have lost over $180 billion during that period. That is more than the combined GDP of more than 50% of the African countries. The impact existing payment and correspondent banking arrangements had and continue to have on diverting intra-African trade, suppressing the emergence of regional value chains, and long delays in concluding remittances could be much higher. I've listened carefully to the presentations made by the Governor, the Chairman Jim, and President Dangote. And you can see that apart from all the issues they discussed, the fact that we're not trading amongst ourselves also contributed to the wide gulf between what Vietnam, that fought a long war, is able to achieve today, and what we, Nigeria, are able to boast of. That is why I'm very grateful to you, my dear brother and friend Ebenezer, and the entire team at Zenith Bank for associating our Afrexim Bank with this important event, and for according me this opportunity to speak to Nigeria's foremost corporate leaders and bankers on an initiative that has major implications for intra-African trade and the continent's development aspirations. This gesture attests to the strength of the partnership between our two institutions and the recognition that a stronger financial system is vital for continental transformation. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the launch of the AfCFTA has raised high expectations about the development prospects for Africa. The African Union Commission anticipates that within a decade of implementation of the AfCFTA, a trade agreement will lead to a doubling of the African trade share of Africa's total trade. That is, that it will integrate Africa more into the global value chain. The African Union Commission also estimated that it could lift continental welfare by 2.6% and add $1 trillion to Africa's GDP. Most importantly, the AfCFTA could be the catalyst for Africa's long-awaited industrial transformation. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, in addition to a supportive policy environment, a healthy continental financial system that facilitates access to credit and reduces the time and cost of cross-border payment is a prerequisite to the realization of Africa's ambitious continental agenda under the AfCFTA and the Agenda 2063, the Africa we want. For over 60 years, the continent's financial system has remained small, fragile, fragmented, inefficient, and dominated by foreigners. Africa's financial system has no standardized messaging format. Technology systems are unharmonized. Correspondent banking arrangements are costly and lengthy and are heavily dependent on foreign banks and foreign currencies. In line with Afreximbank's commitment to the implementation of the AfCFTA, we are working very closely with the AfCFTA Secretariat and the African Union Commission, the African Central Banks, and commercial banks to ensure that we overcome the bottlenecks that are keeping Africa down. The Pan-African Payment and Settlement System, PAPS, emerged out of that commitment. PAPS will enable us to finally respond to the vision of our leaders. By acting today, we are making sure that we do not have to wait another 60 years. By acting today, we're making sure that we will be laying the solid foundation for industrial development and trade-led economic transformation. PAPS provides an interoperable, secure, and low-cost cross-border payment infrastructure underpinned by African currencies for the benefit of African governments, central banks, traders, corporations, commercial banks, SMEs, and even individuals. Rather than replacing or competing against existing national and regional payment systems, PAPS serves as a crucial rail that connects and integrates all isolated and independent payment systems into one giant Pan-African payment ecosystem, thereby making cross-border payments more efficient and beneficial for the continent. PAPS defines a common framework for transacting, clearing, and settling cross-border transactions. The core functionalities include instant payment system, foreign exchange and limit management, clearing and settlement, sanction screening, anti-money laundering and fraud detection, and dispute management, amongst others. PAPS is destined to touch the lives of everybody on our continent. It is a system that will ensure that exporters receive payments in a timely manner by reducing convertibility and transfer risks. PAPS will ensure that importers are able to clear the backlog of trade payments caused by foreign currency shortages, a perennial problem of intra-African trade. It allows traders to access markets with high default risks associated with limited access to hard currencies, as these countries can now, through PAPs, process payments for imports in national currencies. It enables a Ghanaian importer, for example, to purchase the traditional Nigerian gele by buying Nigerian naira with Ghanaian cedis. It will support the Nigerian importing meat products from Botswana by paying in Botswana pula using Nigerian naira. PAPs, therefore, domesticates all intra-African trade payments. And by domesticating intra-African trade payments, all such transactions will technically become local currency transactions, which will help to strengthen our currencies. We will then stop experiencing the weaknesses of our currencies, which transmits inflation and causes high interest rates that stunt our industries. PAPs will also be a catalyst for the growth of services trade, particularly trade in Africa's culture and creative contents. With PAPs, Nigerian music and movies can be streamed in rural Uganda, with the Ugandan paying Ugandan shillings and the Nigerian musicians receiving payments in naira. Nigerian tourists visiting Seychelles, for instance, will only need to pay in naira, and PAPs will ensure that the travel agents receive Seychellois rupees. PAPs will soon promote the emergence of a deep and integrated continental capital market for Africans, irrespective of where they may be. For instance, through PAPs, we can one day expect a South African investor to invest in the Nigerian stock exchange. The expansion of the pool of investors this will infuse will then bring much needed liquidity to our stock markets and improve access to finance. PAPs can also help reduce the backlog of local currency debt owed to African airlines flying regionally, thereby helping those airlines to open more regional routes. We expect PAPs to contribute to reducing the foreign debt of African countries by promoting inter-African infrastructure contracting services. Consider a situation where, for instance, Arab contractors of Egypt contract to build a road in Nigeria. Under the PAPs, that contract will be paid in Egyptian pounds, and PAPs will allow the Nigerian government or whoever is building that road to buy Egyptian pounds using Nigerian naira. The cost of the infrastructure will then become naira denominated. Currently, if you are to do that project, you have to look for US dollars or euro to pay for the contract. Again, PAPs will give national monetary authorities additional leverage over monetary policy. It also enhances the convertibility of African currencies and strengthen national currencies, as it will limit dependence on hard currencies. And overall, through PAPs, Africa can begin to take control over its financial and payment systems. Everybody has control over their own payment systems. It's only in Africa that ours is in other people's hands. Your Excellency, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the possibilities are endless. The end result of what PAPs will do is that it will open up the African market, boost demand through intra-African trade, and create more wealth for all of us. The system was commercially launched at the beginning of this year and has already onboarded 8 African central banks and more than 40 commercial banks and 6 switches. Operations have therefore commenced and are expected to expand in the coming months, particularly as trading under the AfCFTA takes shape. Given the sensitivities of payments and the continental importance of the system, PAPS has been created as a ring-fenced autonomous entity within Afreximbank and conferred with a strong governance structure. PAPS has a strong management team with 2 layers of supervisory authorities, namely the PAPS Management Board and the PAPS Governing Council. The PAPS Governing Council is composed of selected governors of African central banks who provide general oversight and regulation of the system. Governor Emefiele is currently the chairman of the PAPS Governing Council. The PAPS Management Board is composed of experts covering the areas of economics and trade finance, legal, risk, as well as other related disciplines. The PAPS team is available on the ground there and on this call to share further insights on the system and how to be onboarded. In today's world, we must all own this system. We must join and use it. For the first time, Africans have come together to take their destiny in their hands. And there can be no better way to take your destiny in your hands through control of your payment system. It is payment system through which value is transferred. Unless you have control over it, production cannot happen. Trade cannot happen. In closing, I would once again like to thank the board and management of Zenith Bank for giving me the opportunity to speak at this important forum. I wish you all a successful event. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Professor Benedict Oke-Orama, the President and Chairman of the African Export-Import Bank. And again, on behalf of the organizers, we'd like to appreciate you for your patience in waiting for us today. We will be continuing the activities as we are here for the Zenith Bank 2022 International Trade Seminar on Non-Oil Exports. But before we do that, we'd like to get some pictures with our guests, of course the panelists as well. If you could please make your way to the podium. I'd like to call on the Group Managing Director of Zenith Bank, as well as the founder and chairman of Zenith Bank. Also the chairman of Dangote Industries as well. Please, if you'd make your way to the stage for pictures with the panelists. And we'll also have our panelists joining them on the stage. We have 3 panels that will be looking at a variety of issues. The first panel will be one for practitioners looking at their perspective of how things are going. We'll also be looking at funding, logistics, and government support. And then the third panel will be the ABCs of non-oil exports. So if we could have our guests and our panelists please on the stage for a quick series of pictures, and we'll continue things right along. Gentlemen and ladies, please.
I think the group pictures should come first with the reserve table, where you have the man in the red tie and the man in the blue tie. Please put your hands together for Jim Ovia, the founder and chairman of Zenith Bank. Please come for the group photograph. Aliko Dangote, GCON, the group managing director of Zenith Bank and CEO, the managing director of the Bank of Industry. Please, could you please use the sticks over here, as well as the managing director of the MPA, as well as the controller of Customs, Adekunle Oloyede, in charge of Tinkan Island, representing Colonel Hamid Ali, retired, who is the Comptroller of Customs. Please step forward first. Thank you.
We can get some people to move to the other side. You can move to the other side. Okay, yes, we'll do a set. Okay.
Something is set first, very quickly.
They want to extend it, Abby. Okay. All right, that's good.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll now
Second.
I'm retired.
Oh, the panelists, please.
Thank you. Well done.
Exhibition now.
No, so they said that we're not, ED said that we're not stopping again for the exhibition.
No. There's exhibition.
So you want us to?
No.
Now?
Yes.
Yeah, we're doing the exhibition.
10 minutes. All right, thank you again for your patience. And as we keep things moving along, we will have the Group Managing Director and CEO of Zenith Bank, Mr. Ebenezer Onyeagu, who will be leading the keynote speakers to the exhibition. Please let's kindly wait for them to make their way to the exhibition hall. In the meantime, we will also take about a 10-minute tea break here. Let's stretch our legs. Let's also use this opportunity to network and to meet others. So that break will just be about 10 minutes, ladies and gentlemen, because we have a lot more for you. So the Group Managing Director and CEO of Zenith Bank will be leading our very distinguished keynote speakers to visit the exhibition hall.
Thank you, everyone. We want everyone to please remain seated while we quickly arrange to have the first panel. After they return, it's just to be a very short one for about 10 minutes. If any of the panelists want to go with the Group Managing Director of Zenith Bank, please go with them to your exhibition stand. We understand some of you also have your exhibition stands downstairs, so let's have a very light music. While we sit down, please remember to network with each other. It's an export trade, non-trade seminar, so please, you need everyone's contact. We need to be together in this with Zenith Bank. Please, just 10 minutes, then we'll be right back. Thank you.
Welcome to my crib. My family, we believe life should be simple, convenient, and fun. That's why we use a bank that not only understands our transaction needs, but also provides us with options that best suit our personal styles. Take me, I have a Zenith Aspire account that provides you with the flexibility to manage my school expenses and be the cool guy on campus. Wait a minute, this is my gift for sister, Tiwa. She's a fashion designer. She sells her outfits online using Zenith Global Pay and regularly sends money to my two sister and I with star 966 hash easy banking. With my big brother, Abby, who loves football. He's a mobile app guy, and with just a click on the Zenith mobile app, he has our cable subscription up because he hates missing games. That's my mom. Mom is the superwoman, and she's always trying out new recipes. Mom is a convenience shopper. She orders online, but prefers to pay with her debit card. Now, meet my dad, Mr. Wazobia. He says his phone can be distracted while he's at work, which is why he's always using the Zenith Internet Banking Portal on his PC, www.zenithbank.com. Have I told you about my younger sister and bestie? She recently opened a Zika Teens account. She experiments a lot and uses all the Zenith digital channels depending on how she feels. That's Aunt Nene. She's always smiling and has already opened a Zenith Children's account for my niece, Zimbo, to save towards her future education. Let's not forget grandma and grandpa Wazobia. They've been Zenith Bank customers forever and currently pay no bank charges with their Zenith timeless accounts. Voila! This is us, the Wazobians. So, whatever you like, as you like it, Zenith Bank PLC has got you covered. Zenith Bank, in your best interest.
Are you interested in getting your products or services to more people, expanding your business, becoming more profitable, and a leader in your industry? If yes, then simply open a Zenith Bank SME Grow My Business account and get the extra edge you need. Access loans at competitive rates, get a free business website, free listing on Google My Business to make your offerings visible to over 100 million Nigerians online, free digital trainings on effective marketing techniques, access to business tools to improve operational efficiency, and so much more. Visit any of our branches today to get your Grow My Business account or www.zenithbank.com/SME to learn more. The Zenith Diaspora Banking Package is designed to enable Nigerians in diaspora take advantage of investment opportunities back home and perform financial transactions safely and conveniently from anywhere in the world. The features include seamless account opening process, competitive interest payments on domiciliary account deposits, mortgages, Naira and foreign currency debits, credits and prepaid cards, virtual cards, and lots more. For further inquiries, kindly visit www.zenithbank.com/diaspora banking or email diasporabankinggroup@zenithbank.com.
Hi, my name is Tejumi Wazupia. Welcome to my crib. In my family, we believe life should be simple, convenient, and fun. That's why we use a bank that not only understands our transaction needs, but also provides us with options that best suit our personal styles. Take me. I have a Zenith Aspire account that provides me with the flexibility to manage my school expenses and be the cool guy on campus. Wait a minute. This is my big sister, Tiwa. She's a fashion designer. She sells her outfits online using Zenith Global Pay and regularly sends money to my kid sister and I with star 966 hash easy banking. Meet my big brother, Abu. Abu loves football. He's the mobile app guy. And with just a click on the Zenith mobile app, he has our cable subscription back up because he hates missing games. That's my mom. Mom is the superwoman, and she's always trying out new recipes. Mom is a convenient shopper. She orders online, but prefers to pay with her debit card. Now, meet my dad,
Hello?
Mr. Wazobia. He says his phone can be distracting while he's at work, which is why he's always using the Zenith Internet Banking Portal on his PC, www.zenithbank.com. Have I told you about my younger sister and bestie, Sarah? She recently opened a Zika Teens account.
We are resuming in about 2 minutes. Please, let's start settling down so we can resume the conversations and discussions and make our way straight to the very first panel. Please, if you're outside, let's make our way in, and if you're inside, let's start settling down so that we can continue our activities and make our way to the first panel. We'll be starting in 2 minutes.
As you adjust to the new realities for operating your business and engaging with your customers, let us help you transform your business into a digital powerhouse capable of adapting and taking advantage of today's opportunities. With our best-in-class array of digital solutions, you can conduct your business, receive payments from your customers, and perform transactions quickly, safely, and conveniently, because we've got you covered with the right people, technology, and service offerings. Contact us today and let us take your business to its zenith. Zenith Bank, in your best interest.
Welcome to my crib. In my family, we believe life should be simple, convenient, and fun. That's why we use a bank that not only understands our transaction needs, but also provides us with options that best suit our personal styles. Take me. I have a Zenith Aspire account that provides me with the flexibility to manage my school expenses and be the cool guy on campus. Wait a minute. This is my big sister, Tiwa. She's a fashion designer. She sells her outfits online using Zenith Global Pay and regularly sends money to my kid sister and I with star 966 hash easy banking. Meet my big brother, Abu. Abu loves football. He's a mobile app guy, and with just a click on the Zenith mobile app, he has our cable subscription back up because he hates missing games.
Settle down so that we can resume our program of activities. Hello, please, let's start settling down. We need to resume our program of activities. Let's accord our panelists and the remaining speakers the same attention and, of course, respect we gave to those who have come before them. So please, let's settle down. It's time now to resume. And to our online family that's joining us today, thank you so much for joining Zenith Bank in this. This is the 2022 Zenith Bank International Trade Seminar on Non-Oil Exports. As we continue our program, please don't forget that we have panels lined up that will get further into detail and into the context of today's conversation. The panels will look at practitioners' perspective, also funding, logistics, and government support, and also look at the ABCs of non-oil exports. But before we get into our very first panel, I would like to also recognize Mrs. Nkechi Obi. She's the General Managing Director of Techni Oil, that is also one of those who's present today. So please, let's recognize Mrs. Nkechi Obi. A round of applause for her, where she is today. Please, let's give her a round of applause for joining us. As we keep things moving, I would like to bring up Mr. Segun Awolowo. He's the Executive Director of the Nigerian Export Promotion Council, or former Executive Director of the Nigerian Export Promotion Council, and we see him now as a trade expert, someone who, of course, has been in this industry and this sector, and he's here to also share from his wealth of experience with us today. So please, a round of applause for Mr. Segun Awolowo. Please, let's encourage him as he comes to the stage. A round of applause for him as he continues. And from here, we'll be moving on to our panels for the program.
Thank you. I think they have my presentation. Yeah. No, I got, yeah, where do I point to? Where do I point to? Where? Oh, okay. It reaches it. Okay. Okay. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon, exporters. It gives me great pleasure to be here this morning. And when I speak of pleasure, I'm being both sentimental and sincere. Sentimental in the case that this was a journey, according to my brother Ebenezer. Well, first, let me let you know, Zenith Bank is a one name. We're all on first names there, so I'm part of the family. So it's Ebenezer. And sometimes when I talk about Jim, my wife will ask me, which Jim are you talking about? Jim Ovia, you are calling him Jim? I said, that's the Zenith way. I'm so happy that we started this journey together. Immediately I got to NEPC, I knew that the work was not for government alone. We needed the partners and needed public sector support to drive this through. And one of the first persons I reached out to then was Jim Ovia. And I was with Jim in his office, and he said, Sheikh, okay, you got it, what do you need? How can we help you? How do we partner with you? And I told him I wanted a technical advisor to be funded by Zenith. And that's how we started this journey. I remember when Zenith decided to take up the anchor of being the non-oil export bank, because that's the name I gave to Zenith at the last seminar. So you are the non-oil export bank, and that is what is happening. It was a no-brainer for us. Zenith has the largest customer base, but many of the customers were importing. And at that very first conference, I told them that, look, you must look at non-oil export. And that is the beginning of the story. So please let me congratulate Zenith Bank. I congratulate Ebenezer, the JMD, Jim Ovia, and all my brothers and sisters working in Zenith Bank for this very important role they're playing in the society for our country. I will just speak a little on what is happening, what we expect, and what should be done. Yeah. Many of you remember the zero oil plan that we came up with in the NEPC, where is that Nigeria must survive in a world economy where she no longer sells oil. And then it sounded almost crazy. In fact, a minister accused me of being audacious and ambitious, over-ambitious. And I said, this is the time to be ambitious and audacious. It's a strategic plan to diversify the economy. And we were looking at 30 billion in non-oil exports by 2025 then, if we had started that journey properly. And I knew that the private sector was going to be the success of this plan. Without the private sector, we were not going anywhere. I remember pitching this to Alhaji Aliko Dangote a couple of years ago. And Aliko had tried to buy the Kaduna refinery, and the deal didn't work out. And he was looking, and then Aliko had never done anything oil before in his life. And he was looking at it, and we sat with him for over 7 hours, and we looked at the zero oil plan, and we looked at the petrochemicals, particularly the petrochemical sector. And I convinced him that you must go for that refinery. Then he was supposed to be in Ogun State, so I was a bit more interested. But we have it now. And all the figures Jim gave you, and also the CBN governor gave you, about what is going to happen, how the economy is going to transform with this. It's real. And that's why the man will just continue to be richer, because he has common sense. And he has demonstrated it going for this refinery. These are the products we picked then. They're still on. I'll just talk on two. Of course, you see petrochemicals and methanol there. Which then, when I was explaining to Aliko, that this is a $150 billion business. But Nigeria is not there because Nigeria is importing. So you must get into this business. Now, for the purpose of this afternoon, well, you all know all these products. Most of you are the exporters there. You all know the category A, category B products and what we're trying to do on it. But for the purpose of this, let me talk on soya beans and palm oil, just two. The cocoa, big cocoa people are here and they know what is happening with cocoa. Mr. Jim Ovia spoke about the building in Ibadan. Well, let me take pride in that, because it was my late grandfather, Chief Obafemi Awolowo, who was the premier of the Western region, that based the whole economy on agriculture then. And the cocoa house, it was called the cocoa house, but the real name is a Yoruba word that translates to Ileti Awon Agbeko. Now, meaning that the house that the farmers built. It was the tallest building in Africa. Not West Africa, in Africa, when it was done then. But for purposes of branding, they called it cocoa house. So we had other things before oil. That's what we're trying to say. And when you look at all those commodities, from every part of Nigeria where you are, you can identify with them. We put a cost also on them, and you can see when I mentioned the 150 billion on petrochemicals, where we are now building refineries. My very first guest to the NEPC then, a couple of years ago, was the Iranian ambassador to Nigeria. And he told me, he said, Mr. Awolowo, what are you doing? That we have been under sanctions from the Western powers for many years, but we have been able to survive. How? Because we built petrochemical, the sanction was on oil, but we built petrochemical plants. We built about 24. So we're able to translate from our crude oil. And that's what you must do. He said that your Indorama petrochemical plant, you must have about 10 of it. And that's what I related to Aliko. And the story continues. Now, we've, of course, you know all the countries where we can export to. And that's the big thing we did in the Zero Oil Plan, to share with you. We also proposed to the federal government then. I'm not too used. How do I? Madam, come and help me. I'm trying to go back. It's not. Okay, yeah. Okay, I think I got it now. Yes. And I just wanted to point this out because this is one of the advocacy we've been making. I have been making NEPC, that the field to export transport corridor is very key. That's how you move your goods up and down. And I think a lot is being done on that now. Now, this is very interesting because just the GDP rankings, ratings were released just last week. And I picked this out. You see, Nigeria, our GDP is $511 billion dollars. Of course, number one in Africa. But do you know we're higher than the United Arab Emirates? The UAE is 501 billion. UAE is Dubai, in case you don't know. It's Dubai, it's Abu Dhabi. So your GDP is higher than them. Many of you will not believe it because I know, maybe even from here, many of you are rushing to the airport to fly, to run away to Dubai. But your GDP is higher, meaning that your opportunities are more. Let's look at what is happening in the world now. I call it the cooking oil crisis. Now, don't forget the soya beans meal and oil that is one of the products that I talked about. But millions around the globe are facing food shortages and escalating hunger crisis because shortages of vegetable oil used in everyday cooking is affecting the price here. So you have soya beans. There's a dramatic decline in soya bean production. Canola oil. Canadian farmers are shifting away from it. Palm oil. Indonesia, the world's largest, banned exports. That's what the CBN governor was alluding to earlier on. Malaysia, the second largest exporter of palm oil, is facing labor shortages. Sunflower oil, the same thing. So when you go back to the zero oil plan, when we called that, look, Nigeria must produce more, increase production and productivity in these areas. Imagine if we had done that then, and now the opportunity has come. There's a big opportunity in India. India imports 13 million tons of edible oil per year, with palm oil and soya bean oil accounting for 85% of those imports. That's a big market for us. Currently, India is our biggest trading partner because of oil. We're exporting oil to them. They took oil from the United States as our biggest crude oil market. But then we can give them soya beans, oil. We can give them palm oil. And that reduces our balance of trade. When you think about exports, you're going too fast for me. When you think about exports, not unconventionally, can you go back to the, yes. The U.S. largest export is the U.S. dollar. They use this as an invoicing currency for global trade. If I go around many of my exporters now, I'm sure they have a few dollars in their pockets. You will say not at 620, yes. But when you are earning dollars, that is where your joy and your profit is. Next slide. When we look at Russia introduced capital control measures, meaning that we need to reduce the amount of money being repatriated out of this country and increase the money being reinvested in this country. Jim Ovia spoke about this, about FDIs. The kind of FDIs we need in Nigeria are the kind of FDIs that are tied to industry and manufacturing. You don't want the bogus FDIs that flee away when there is a trouble. You're having elections, people are taking their money out. But if that money is invested in a palm oil plantation, then it's difficult to take away. Those are the kind of FDIs you have to call for. And it's a deliberate process. It just does not happen by accident. You must demand it. That's another confirm. I'm no longer in government, so I can speak on many of these things like this. I remember there was an occasion when I was speaking. It was President Jonathan then, and I was saying government must do this, government must do that. And the lady running the pension commission got up and said, well, Mr. Awolowo must realize that he's part of the government. So I had to change my speech to, we must do this, we must do that. But now I can confidently say government must do this. Crude oil payments in Naira, we must look at that. This will increase the demand for our Naira and the value of it. Now, non-oil export drive, I'm so glad with Zenith Bank, what we're doing. We need to ramp up all efforts in this regard, because that is the only way Nigeria can survive. Alhaji Aliko Dangote told you about the Asian tigers. China, ab initio, set up to be the manufacturing capital of the world and the export capital of the world. Everything in China was export. That was first. Japan followed it. South Korea followed it. We must just look at exports. The managing director of the MPA is there. The most important thing, that the challenge they have is that our economy, the custom representative is also here. Our economy has been geared towards imports. The infrastructure in our ports are for imports. We can't take big goods out of the ports. We need to reinvest in all those areas. The customs has to be transformed from a revenue generation agency to a trade facilitation agency. Before I go, let me just talk on ginger. That was another opportunity. If you look at the zero oil plan, ginger was also there. Now, our total export of ginger in 2021 represents 14% of the global supply of ginger. There is a big opportunity in that. And then when we look at processing, there's so much we can do with ginger, up to alternative medicine. Final remarks. I must say that, look, the federal government and the private sector must continue to work hand in hand like this. I'm so glad that Mr. Jim Ovia has taken the bait, and Zenith Bank, with my brother at the GMD, by continuing this. And I told him, I said, look, it was the last seminar when Mr. Ebenezer Nzogu made his presentation. And I was just smiling. I was so happy. Because you were speaking like the CEO of the Nigerian Export Promotion Council. So I said, you are my brother CEO. And the same thing I've told Dr. Ezra Yakusak, the new CEO at NEPC, that your first partner, you take Ebenezer as your brother CEO, and let's drive and continue to drive this thing. It's my prayer, it's my hope that Nigeria will really transform into an export-driven economy rather than an import economy. And that is where we create the jobs. That is where we eliminate poverty. I thank you very much.
Another round of applause, please, for Mr. Segun Awolowo, the immediate past CEO at Nigeria Export Promotion Council, always a trade expert, and now he can speak with one mouth. You know, there was this image on the front, on the cover page of a Time magazine 20, 25 years ago, if not more than that. and this caricature about American politicians. And there's one toothbrush here and another toothbrush here. And they said that American politicians speak from both corners of their mouth. So in the morning, they use the blue toothbrush, and in the evening, they use the red toothbrush between the Republicans and the Democrats. But now it's good to benefit from your rich experience that you've gathered at NEPC. Another round of applause. Thank you so much. I'm going to get us now into the panel because we have 3 panels, so we're going to be very strict with time. Each panel will be like about 30, 40 minutes each, or thereabout, 30 minutes, so that we can move on very quickly. The tone for this particular seminar has been set by most of the speakers we've had before. The first panel is to get feedbacks, as it were, from those who were members of the community of trade and exports in Nigeria. So the operators and practitioners' perspectives, we want to share your experience, the value chain, and the future prospects for export, non-oil exports, and where the key institutions such as Zenith Bank come in. So I would like to very quickly invite members of my panel to please come to the podium. I will be taking the last seat in this corner so that I have everybody in my view. And I'm going to invite very quickly the only lady I have on my panel, Her Royal Majesty Adaku Chedume Okoro, Managing Director of GACON Limited. Give her a round of applause, please. Make it a little bit somewhere close to the middle so that you can moderate the boys. And the Managing Director of WACOTS, Bihunanda of WACOTS, thank you. We got some other big names from Tulip Cocoa, the Group Managing Director, Johan van der Merwe. Johan, where are you? Okay, great, that's the big man. And Santosh Penani, the Managing Director of First Patriot. Please, a round of applause for him as well. And Alaji Adeyemi Adeniji, the Managing Director, Starling Global. Thank you very much for coming as well. Okay, now my panel is complete. And for all those who are online watching this, please, we will appreciate your contributions in terms of Q&A as well. We'll take a few contributions from the floor. The Managing Director of NPA is also here, so we want your contributions to this panel as we move on. Thank you very much, everyone, for standing by. Let me just take this very quickly from here. Okay, the red button on your... Can I have... test the microphone. Can I get all this off from there? Thank you. Am I loud and clear? Am I loud and clear? I think I'm loud and clear. Thank you. Thank you. So use the same button on your... we'll try to make this as very quick as possible, but just to get the best of these presentations, because the idea is to try to make an attempt to categorize solutions to some of the issues that have been raised to the non-oil sector in a short, medium, and long term. So I will suggest members of the panel will make comments very brief, about 2 minutes each, straight to the point. Then we can take a few more comments from the floor. Then we can move on to the next session so that holistically we'll be able to harvest everyone's great ideas, and then we'll be able to have a very rich contributions to this seminar put together by Zenith Bank. So my first question will go to Her Royal Majesty, the woman in charge who is piloting the affairs of this particular panel for me, Her Royal Majesty Adaku Okoro. Are there any areas in which you think exporters should be focusing on that we're not paying attention to as a country? I'm sure you've listened to the whole session since we started in the morning. Yes.
Hello? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. there are a whole lot of areas where we should be focusing attention to as a country when it comes to our non-oil exports, which is being overlooked. First and foremost, I'll try to be as brief as possible. First and foremost, we need to encourage and empower the bottom of pyramid farmers that are working with the exporters in the value chain. These people, they have no funds, they have no collateral. I mean, the women and the youths, they're downtrodden. They have no funds, they have no collateral to go for bank loans. Still, they are the ones that are servicing the major exporters. We need to look in their direction. We need not take our attention away from the disruptions that are happening both globally and locally. How do I mean? We look at the Ukraine war. Now wheat is no longer being exported freely from Russia, Ukraine. So we can cash into that opportunity and encourage our own farmers to do more of maize exports, which is a good substitute for wheat. We need to look into that. Then, when it comes to insurgency locally, the farmers are no longer able to go to their farms to produce or to even crop. While in the farms, they are being chased away. So that is affecting output. Then we need to pay attention to traceability concerns. The international community is not in a hurry to buy our products because they believe that the hygiene under which our products are being processed is not good enough. So they rather buy semi-processed goods from us, which is part of the challenge we are having with the RT 200 scheme. Something like dry split ginger is being categorized as a raw product, whereas it's not. It's a semi-processed goods. The international community don't trust our processing environment. They have food security and hygiene concerns. So they want to buy the semi-finished, the semi-processed goods that they can now subject to sterilization and further processing as it's acceptable internationally. Then when the example of India and China was being given by earlier speakers, I was wondering whether it's just in gum Arabic trade or it's across border, because we are finding it extremely difficult to export gum Arabic into China and India. Reason being that the gum Arabic coming from Nigeria is subjected to very high levies. They believe Nigeria is a very rich country, so any product coming from Nigeria, it's heavily taxed. Unlike if the same product is coming from Sudan, coming from Chad, coming from Mali, and similar countries. So we need bilateral, multilateral, international trade agreements between our country and the governments of these countries. So please, we need our government to do something. Our government needs to also take us abroad and host Nigerian pavilions, just like we see in international exhibitions. Countries like China, countries like India, their governments, they consciously bring their companies and have a pavilion that is captioned that country. I don't know what time I have available, but as a practitioner, I think the CBN RT 200 is just favoring the big time players. The vulnerable group, the women, the small companies, the medium-sized companies, they are not benefiting. Reason being that our export products have been categorized as raw, whereas it's not. Something like raw ginger. Look at the raw ginger you have on the screen there. That is raw ginger. By the time you process it into dry split ginger, you lose 85% weight. And then the Value of this in the international market, a ton sells for $560 per metric ton, whereas dry split ginger, a ton in the same international market sells for 2,100 to 2,300 metric tons after processing. And this processing is either through the traditional method, or some of the companies, they have washers, they have slicers, they have dryers that they use, and infrared machines, sorting machines, to get it to the standard under which we export. And we are now being told, after adding 400% value on the products, we are now being told that we are not qualified to benefit from this incentive scheme because it's wrongly and erroneously categorized as raw products. Please, we will need CBN. I know they are hearing us online, physically here. Please, we are pleading the small companies, the medium-sized companies, recategorize dry split ginger, dry turmeric, hibiscus flower, sesame seed, and the likes. They are semi-processed goods. They are providing huge employment to the companies. If we do full mechanization, then we cut off the employment provision for the populace.
Please, another round of applause for Her Royal Majesty. Adaku, I'm just going to take a bit of what you said and ask the Managing Director of WACOT there, sitting down the podium, Bindu, about how to add value to the primary products, and she was just teeing off into that part of the conversation. So it looks like adding value would need a bit more of machinery and what of that. So what are your thoughts around this? Who should be responsible for this? Do you need, where does the government come in? Where do you find institutions such as Zenith Bank come into funding some of what is needed to be able to achieve part of the semi-processing system that she talked about, and then we can upgrade and get more value for money for those who are the big men, those big businesses at the export level, and for the folks at the bottom of the pyramid, men, women, are the farms.
Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Could you please press the... Yes.
Is it audible? Yeah, thank you. So at the outset, thank you for sharing your points. And on what we believe at the outset, I would like to state 4 points. Right here, we're sitting in the largest economy of Africa. And it's a true representative of a free market economy thanks to the progressive nature of CBN, Zenith Bank, and all the banking fraternity. As a result of which has a direct impact on the domestic production, which we've seen revolutionize in the last 5-6 years. And that has had a direct impact on food security. And what our lady was saying about going back to the bottom of the pyramid, the farmers, the common man, that is where food security is important. Now, Nigeria has a strategic advantage, which the keynote speakers have already mentioned, that with easy access or the closer proximity to the European and the US or the North American markets, which are value-added markets for value-added commodities. And that is where, Mr. Chairman, is our target focus should be, because that's where you generate the maximum value per ton. Now, having said that, we sit in a common West African zone, which we share with Cote d'Ivoire, Ghana, and as a group, WACOT and TGI, we also participate in one of the largest exports of commodities, be it, let's say, cocoa, sesame, cashew, ginger. Not ginger exactly, but that's one of the commodities that we also participate in. Now, the primary focus in Africa and West Africa is around food security, import substitution, employment generation, and upskilling. Now, having said that, we as a group, like we said, value addition, where does it come from? We as a group have focused on manufacturing excellence, value addition through manufacturing excellence, and that's been our primary focus at the midstream level. While the upstream level, we have participated with farmers in various outgrowth programs to build an ecosystem which is kind of creating wealth around the entire ecosystem, and that's what is important. Having said that, if you refer back to the keynote speakers, they mentioned about yields in this part of the world being around 25-30%, whereas in Asia it's about closer to 75-80% because of high technical inputs and expertise which is available. So that's one of the inputs that needs to go into the economy, and that is clearly laid out by the policymakers as we see it, and we are optimistic about it. And that will provide an impetus to value-added manufacturing excellence. The second point I would like to make is, as the currency devalues, we and our sister companies have been participating in the agri space for a long period of time, and we feel that the cost of inputs for the common farmer has gone up. As a result, whereas the international markets have not adjusted, and there is a margin squeeze for commodity exporters stuck between the origination and the buyers in the international market. This is where the impetus on manufacturing excellence, value addition should happen, and that's what we're doing. And we see clearly the results coming out of, and hence leading to the optimism that we share in this platform as well. The other aspect, while we keep talking about value addition, the other aspect we must recognize is many of our neighbors in Africa, our friends, be it Niger for sesame, be it Ghana, Cote d'Ivoire for cocoa, they have created a platform which is much more sustainable and smooth for the exporters. And this is where Nigeria, being a thought leader, being a largest economy, could definitely lead the pathway to create that impact for the exporters. And as we said, we've been talking about cocoa since the morning, everyone has been talking about it, and we can create that pathway, the roadmap for higher exports and value-added exports as well. Now, so this needs both obviously at a policy level in terms of bilateral agreements. For example, we are the largest exporters one of the largest exporters in sesame to, say, China. And there are various countries in Africa who have bilateral agreements for no taxes at the destination, whereas we in Nigeria, we pay taxes or duties at the destination ports. That's where policymakers would do well to create bilateral agreements to benefit that. So if I were to summarize, in the short and the medium term, we could bucket it to 3 or 4 parts where there could be significant impetus to value-added exports. One is obviously the continuation of interest rate subsidies that we get for stimulating exports and processed and semi-processed products. Second is there is an import surcharge on capital goods. Now, as you rightly mentioned, Mr. Chairman, that we need machinery for production, value addition, and then export it back, or export the commodities available within the country. For that, we need to import machinery. While there is no duty, there is a surcharge attached to it. And definitely it will help us, the industry as such, to have some kind of subsidy on the surcharge itself, which currently stands at about 5%. Another part, of course, we've spoken about tax holidays. Secondly, for capital good imports for manufacturing, if the IE window could provide the entire capital through that instead of IE plus the open market, that would be a significant value addition. And I think there is a lot of work which has gone behind that through CBN and the banking fraternity. We have mentioned about the support in the destination markets. There is also a big opportunity which lies. Nigeria has a big advantage in terms of, can we classify certain category of products like, let's say, organic sesame or sustainable cocoa into the bucket of RT200. Today, they are not classified into that. And if they can be classified, it has significant value in the destination markets, be it Europe, be it North America, and Nigeria could stand to gain significantly on top of that. And of course, to add to that, the certification from global agencies adds credibility to the products generated and exported out of Nigeria. You did mention about the challenges one faces in RT200. I would not like to see them as challenges, but opportunities, challenges converted into opportunities. And the way I would like to put it across is, it's been mentioned often since the morning, is have a single window, which means a single corridor, single port, single window clearance of documentation for exports. Whereas it's a smooth, Mr. Avalovo also mentioned that in his talk, and that would definitely help. And is there a possibility to extend RT200 facilities to import substitution, which is a significant value adder and also a preserver of forex in Nigeria. So these are the points that I would like to put on record.
Yes.
And again, put on record the laudable effort put in by CBN, the banking fraternity, and the industry in getting that forex into Nigeria. Thank you.
Thank you so much. A round of applause for Bidu. Thank you so much from WACOT. I'm going to go on straight to Johan Vader in terms of the areas of support that the stakeholders need in your particular sector. What do you need? Where do you want to get it from? How quickly do you want this done? Speak to that for me.
Hi, good afternoon. I think the areas of support, my answer is going to be a lot shorter than my colleagues, because most of the areas of support has already been mentioned by most of the speakers. I think the one area that was briefly touched on by Mr. Dangote was the ease of doing business. Running a production plant, and I'm sure my colleagues here can agree with me, you are dealing with federal agencies, you're dealing with federal ministries, you're dealing with state, you're dealing with local government. If all those processes can be streamlined, because all of them are necessary, all of them tax needs to be paid, customs need to be paid, the goods need to be cleared, all that type of thing needs to happen. But if there can be a single point of contact with government, or just a reduction in the amount of agencies that we need to deal with, I think that would be a great level of support. And it's something that can be done relatively quickly, and it's not capital intensive from the government side. All the other supports cost actual money, and has got lead times, it's infrastructure and that type of thing. So I do believe if the ease of business can be, well, doing business easier.
Ease of doing business across the various government agencies.
Yes.
Great. So let me just quickly, thank you very much, and please give me a round of applause, please, from Johan Vader from Tulip Cocoa. We talked about soft commodities. Let's talk about the solid minerals. So I'm going to ask Santosh about what do you think we can do better within the solid minerals space in terms of raw commodities that have not been fully harnessed. What are the key issues here, and what solutions would you want to see within the short to medium and a long-term basis?
Yeah, good afternoon. Thank you very much for this opportunity. Honestly speaking, I am not an expert in the solid minerals. I'm just representing our company since we belong to the same group, cashew processing and solid minerals. But when in my recent interaction with our managing director, one of the things which I was given to understand was if there is a better synchronization between the federal and the state agencies, between the state government and the federal, it will help us tap much more opportunities in solid minerals. Like recently we heard about Kano, wherein basically they have started this mineral development agency. On a state level, they have started acting for developing solid minerals. So in a similar way, like the other states, if they can come forward and do it, it will, and also accord necessary support from the federal government, it will really help in tapping this particular area. Like for instance, we have heard of bitumen. Now bitumen is used most of the time in this road constructions, and we have huge deposits in Nigeria. But most of the time we have been importing that particular element. Now when we have so much of deposits and it can be tapped, so just because of a lack of synchronization, it doesn't happen. It is something which we really need to look forward to. So that is one of the examples which I wanted to give you, and that's my take on the subject.
Oh, thank you, Santosh Penani. Let me quickly go to Alhaji Adeyemi on the main challenges facing primary products and natural resource. We've had a list of them, but I want you to narrow it down to a few. And if there are agencies, or the private sector, the public sector, that you'd want to mitigate those challenges, and how quickly do you think we can get them resolved? From your industry experience, please.
Good afternoon, everybody. I think the problems with export in Nigeria are three-dimensional. One is the structure we have. The second one is the policy makers. And the third one is the government. Looking at the first one, we have a lot of problems with the overlapping effect, functions of all the agencies. The worst of them is custom. And I'm repeating it. The worst of them is custom. Custom is the only agency that is bigger than the government and too arrogant. How do you explain when you want to follow all the rules? We have a warehouse at Isolo. It's 20 kilometers, exactly 20 kilometers to the port. They will send custom personnel to your office, to your warehouse, to open your container. You load your containers in the presence of a custom officer. When it gets to the port, they will open it and delay it. It will not go because they will say they are not sure what is inside that container. This was a container that was loaded in the presence of a custom officer, sealed in your warehouse. But when it gets to the port, they will say it has to be opened. They will take 20 out of 100 containers, and they will delay those ones. They will set them aside and say those ones cannot go because they want to check what is inside it again.
Okay, so that's on the area of logistics.
You said?
That's in the area of logistics and making sure
I'm talking about logistics.
Yes.
I said three-dimensional.
Yes.
All other agencies, you now have the what do you call them? NDLA is another one. All of them will come and inspect you one by one, and that one can take almost about 1 month after your containers have reached the port before it can go.
Okay, so I'm going to ask you a very quick question, sir, that if you allow me to do this very quickly. I'm talking about solutions. We're trying to find solutions. So what solution would you suggest? Should we reduce the number of agencies, the time, or what?
I need to give all the issues, then look for solutions.
Okay. Now, because of the time, because some of the things that you have said,
this seminar is so important. This conference is so important to us. Please.
I know, because some of the issues you are mentioning are already known.
Not. For your information, sir. Yes. Today, Starlink is the largest non-oil hospital from this country.
Yes.
We just acquired Multitrust, the largest cocoa processing factory in Nigeria. So I know what I'm saying. The second one, that is apart from the agencies, is also the CBN. Central Bank of Nigeria, unfortunately, the CBN governor has gone. I would have loved him to be here. Nigeria processes 10% of cashew we produce, and only the combined capacity of all the processors of cocoa in Nigeria is just about 13 or 14%. All these processors, you said, we are going to give them $65 naira as rebate. They started this thing late last year. The exchange rate has moved from 580 to 625. Has it changed anything? No. If you exclude these primary product exporters, you are not likely to achieve what we are talking about, honestly. The third part of it is Nigeria in 1979 to 1980 produces almost about 570,000 tons of cocoa. Today, the production is now 250,000 tons. And we are looking at RT 200 billion in 4 years. Are we going to be exporting stones? The first thing that all the commercial banks, Mr. Ebenezer, I think I need to address this to you, is to look at backward integration. I will give you an example of Ivory Coast. Ivory Coast in 2010 was producing 1,100,000 tons of cocoa. By 2022, their production has gone to 2.4 million tons. Compared with Nigeria, our production has remained the same or lesser. So there is no deliberate effort from the government structure and the bank to see how we can do backward integration. And that one will have helped. And before you know it, when we have more commodities then that can feed the industries, it will not be difficult to get all these products, and our cost of production will go down and will be competitive across the world. The third part of it that I want to mention is that what is the business of CBN in intervention fund? Honestly, why do any exporter need to go to Abuja to go and look for intervention fund? If the CBN has this money, give it to commercial banks. It's the commercial banks that know their customers. Honestly, there are a lot of trouble going to Abuja to go and look for it. At the end of the day, it's going to be bubble. Most of them will be friends of Ancon, because this money will go to the wrong hands. Let the intervention fund be channeled through the commercial bank who knows their customers. You don't need to jump over your commercial bank, go to Abuja because you know somebody, get this money at whatever cost, and at the end of the day, it's going to be a problem. I remember at the summit of the CBN, a CEO of a bank said the cost that people are talking about, what we are buying this product is high. It is not high. It is competition of the money in the circulation. You give money to somebody who doesn't have 50 million. You give him 1 billion to go and trade in cocoa. He will lose the money, but at the end of the day, he will say it's the sector that is the problem. It's not the sector. So I think it is important, both the commercial bank, the CBN, and the exporters to understand their capacity.
Okay.
If we go back, they can look at the sector they want to invest in. And they think the first one to look is not the forward integration. It's the backward integration. I pity some people who are processing today. The cost of diesel is now 830. That was not part of their program when they wanted to start at the beginning of the year.
So, if I summarize respectfully, everything you've talked about is one thing.
Okay.
Structural issue.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the summary of everything you've said.
Well,
we have structural issues.
Okay.
That needs to be addressed. Once you address the structure, you see, this is a very beautiful ambience we have at the Civic Center. You know why it's very beautiful?
Yeah.
Because the structure is good.
I agree with you.
A round of applause to Jim Ovey and his team at Zenith. Now, I want us to take a few more interventions, because once you fix the structure, everything else will look good. Now, let me just take a few interventions, because I don't want us to lose some of the thoughts that have been expressed. And customs has been mentioned, and I'm very happy that we have a controller here in the room, and I want to give him the right of response. Okay. Just about 2 minutes, very quickly.
Very good.
Please, Controller Adekunle Oloyede, could you please take the microphone, if you don't mind? Do we have a microphone for him, please? Just about 2 minutes, very quickly. Could you please enable that for him? Thank you.
Thank you so much.
2 minutes, you have a panel after this.
Yeah. I listened with rapt attention to what the man from Starling said. But there are facilities for you to do your stuffing in your factories. As for us in Tinkan Island Port, we do mostly stuffing outside. And I can boldly say, Flexi Films is here, can bear me witness that I visited their factory and did some risk analysis about the factory, and I gave them my word that they will always have 24 hours clearance of their goods. You need to engage with us. A problem that you can bring to this forum could as well be brought to us, and we'll sit down to see how we can find solutions to this. If we don't engage, if there's no collaboration, then let me tell you, you You are talking about stuffing, you are talking about examination.
Ladies and gentlemen,
what about your documentation?
Please, we need to give him the floor.
What about
respectfully so? Please, we need to give him the floor. Please.
What about your documentation? Years back, government agencies in Nigeria built what we call agency-specific systems. But these agency-specific systems are still standalone. By the time you bring your containers, your CCI is not ready. Your NSP is coming manually, and you expect us to just allow the containers to go. Yes, we can accept that we can have problems because it might be personnel problems. But what of the documentation side of it, which most times are not done properly by the exporters? There's no planning in most of your exportation. You are always in a hurry. Bringing your containers to the ship side, you want the customer to do magic because you have just seen a space on the vessel. So we need to engage, we need to come together and collaborate and see all those problems and look for a way to go out of it. Saying it at this forum might not solve the problem. We need to come together as Exporters Association, need to engage with customs, and we'll find a level ground to how to ameliorate some of these problems that you are going through.
Thank you very much, Controller Oloyede. I know there will always be a room for a dialogue between the exporters, the customs, and other agencies. Now, just very quickly, because we need to manage time, and you're going to have a floor.
This one is very important.
Panel, we have a floor,
this is very key, sir.
This
is very key. Sorry, sir. How do you explain? I don't know what the issue is when a custom. All the containers have been cleared by custom, approved to go, and you have the enforcement section that is also part of custom that will say those containers should not go. Recently, we have an issue that a vessel was loaded, custom clearance, the containers were there. The enforcement said the vessel cannot go and was delayed for another 1.5 days. So the problem is not, since honestly, we have a very serious problem with the custom and it needs to be addressed.
There's a problem that needs to be resolved. And I think the industry should have a multi-door system by which this is resolved. So I've had a relationship with all of you for about 30 years or more. So I understand. Now I want us to move forward with this conversation and this panel so that we can go to the next panel. Very quickly, the custom is here. You know where to find yourselves, and I know that very well. Because all of you are in business together. So I know you know where to find yourself. When I mean you know where to find yourselves is that you're in the same business of export facilitation.
This is not custom alone.
No,
we need to travel between Maitu and Apapa. You have the task force, including the custom, the Nigerian police. Every stage, they will collect money from you before your containers can go.
So that was part of this.
It's part of the problem.
The part of the problem that had been highlighted. So what this panel is doing, is identify some of what you said. But more important is for us to find solution. So the solution is what we call structurally.
Okay.
So that is why I want to yield the floor, okay? And I want to allow the panelists to also take about 1 minute each. Again, to begin to wrap up because we spent 35 minutes already. So thank you very much. Very quickly, if we have 1 or 2 interventions on the floor, very quickly I will take it. Then I'll revert back to the panels to have another 1 or 2 minutes each. Okay, I think the ovation had it. Let me start from Her Majesty Adako, please.
Hello. Hello. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Another thing I would want us to also pay attention to is gender inclusiveness, integration, and recognition in the non-oil export sector. How do I mean? Not because, don't say because I'm a woman, no. But the current trend now.
You're a woman. I have a mother. And I have a wife. So I'm at home.
The current trend internationally, the world over now, is to give an extra helping hand to that gender that is trying to do what her male counterpart is doing. What do I mean? Presently, we are receiving a lot of assistance from the USAID using American taxpayers' money all the way from America coming to Nigeria to help my company. Not just USAID, NICED, they are there too. At this juncture, I have to say thank you also to NEPC for the good work they are doing in partnership with GIZ of Germany, trying to help companies obtain certification for their products and their facilities. Please, I think we should give them a round of applause. They are paying the bills and encouraging our products to have certification so that it can compete internationally.
All right. Thank you very much, madam. Would that be okay? Okay, I'll give you about 1 minute.
CPI of Netherlands is also partnering with our own organization, our company, paying the bills, taking us to trade exhibitions, just to ensure that we also access the EU market. So our government, if we must walk our talk with this non-oil export business, we need to take a step further, practicalize our speakings, and make it happen. Thank you.
Thank you very much. A round of applause for Her Royal Majesty Adaku. You want to take a very quick point on the floor, Santosh? Okay. And then the man from Waco, please.
Audible, yeah. Thank you. A quick one. I think Johan has already summarized. It's about ease of doing business, with a special focus around the manufacturing industry being incentivized and developing an ecosystem. It's not about production. It's about packaging systems. It's about suppliers, vendors, developing an entire ecosystem. Eventually leading to wealth creation in that ecosystem and exports as well. And this percolates down to the farmers because this is where the produce comes from. Enriching and wealth creation in the entire value chain. That's what is going to work out.
Thank you very much. We appreciate that. A round of applause for him, please, quickly. Let me go to, you have any other point to add, John? No. Okay, I'm going to go back to Starlink, when you talk about the structural issues and the issues around customs and agencies in the government predates where we are today, and I'm sure you're old enough and you're in the business long enough to know that. So structurally, what do you think the government can do to restructure the agencies that are necessary to become more business-friendly and more receptive to what you folks are doing in the private sector with your investments? Thank you. How do we resolve it from top to bottom?
Thank you very much. I'm happy that the MD of MPA is here. He is my friend. I want him to look at one thing. That is first thing he needs to look at. Why do I need to ship cocoa containers from Calabar to Onne, and I will be charged in dollars? I'm sure you would know that that is not right. They said they should not dollarize Nigeria. Then two, on the structural issues, I think all the agencies should have a common position. If all the agencies are together, they can inspect. One, they need to put a scanner in the ports. The reason why the scanners are not there is, my mind, is due to corruption. If we have a scanner, every container can go, you can see it. All the agencies will be there. It makes it faster. So we should move from manual certification to digital. That one will help. The second one that will help, I'm sorry to say this, there's an impending danger for cocoa from 2023. European Parliament brought out a rule on the pesticide we use. We have approached NAFDAC to test all these chemicals they are bringing so that it will not wait until they ban cocoa like they ban beans. We are still waiting. We don't know when that one will happen. So that one will also be a trouble. The third one is that we need to resolve as a people that we will not do things the way we've been doing it. And that's the only way we can get to the destination.
Okay. May I respectfully make a contribution? Do you think these structural issues could be resolved by some of you and all of you who have the muzzle within the industry, the trade industry, to speak with the National Assembly?
Well, if we have collaboration from all the agencies. I was in a meeting in the office of the Vice President last year. These issues were discussed. But immediately after the meeting, everybody goes back to what they used to do. Honestly.
I will make a very strong suggestion.
Okay.
We want fundamental structural changes to be made.
Mm-hmm.
The National Assembly is a place you should go.
Okay. I will tell you why that one is also a trouble.
Okay.
In Nigeria, I'm talking of last year, I wanted to start cashew processing. Here they mentioned that Vietnam is doing better than Nigeria. It shouldn't be. We have a lacuna in our structure, and I will explain to you. If you want to import cashew to Nigeria, they will tell you it is not possible because there is a law in Nigeria that says you cannot import what you produce. In Vietnam, they allow them to import from different places because cashew fruits and at different seasons along the West African coast. I went to the House of Assembly, the National House, approached them that we need to change this law so that it will be easier for people who are processing cashew in Nigeria to produce. Because if you store cashew in January and February, the cost of stocking it between January and December will kill the industry. They said it's not possible, I should go and bring 100 million. So this is a problem. It's a corruption. It's a very terrible thing. So the problem is
so
who represents, honestly, we have a serious structural problem.
Okay, so
you see, these are the issues we have.
You know, if you are able, sir, respectfully, Alhaji Adeyemi, if you're able to get up to the office of the Vice President,
Mm-hmm.
I think I can make a call to the President.
Mm-hmm.
Would you mind if I do that?
Yes, if you can.
Okay, so the next place for you to go is the office of the President of the Federal Republic. So that is the next step. A round of applause for him, please. If you take it to Mr. President, it's a done deal. And I think if you talk to the GMD, I think you can get through the founder chairman, Jim Ovia, and you get Mr. President. A round of applause for my panel. Let's go. We're going to talk about money next. I'm not sure anybody's leaving the room because this is about funding, investment, and all of that. And the big money guys are here in the room. We're just going to step forward. Thank you very much for being on my panel. Don't leave. Let's just step forward. Thank you very much. You know, when I said they know that they are friends, they know where they meet, you know, I know what I was talking about. You won't be Alhaji Adeyemi if you can't get up to the villa. Okay, so let's move on very quickly to the second panel, which will talk about long-term funding availability, insurance, reinsurance, and risk-sharing mechanism. And I'm sure this is where the ears of Zenith Bank and the team really open where the money is coming from. My panel on this includes the Managing Director of the Bank of Industry, Mr. Olukayode Equita. Please give me a round of applause. Mr. Equita, thank you very much. You've been here since morning. Thanks for coming. Come to the podium. Philip Yila Yusuf, who is the Development Finance Director at the Central Bank, the representative of Mr. Yila Yusuf. Thank you very much. Please come to the podium. And Naveed Zafar, Managing Director, West Africa Container Terminal. Naveed Zafar? Great. Thanks for coming.
And then, of course, I've got the Managing Director of the Nigerian Ports Authority, Mohammed Bello Koko. Please step to the podium. Please give a round of applause. And of course, the Controller of Customs, Adekunle Oloyede of Tinkan Island Port, Apapa.
Elaborate.
Okay, so I've got everyone in the room, and we're just going to go straight with my panelists to discuss this very important issue. I'm going to start with the man with the money, and that is Olukayode Pitna, who is the Managing Director of the Bank of Industry. After the Central Bank is another agency, organization that has a lot of relationship with exporters and doing a whole lot of interventions, a very big organization, not just within Nigeria, but one of the leading DFIs within the African continent and globally. So what is the impact of BOI funding support in the non-oil exports so far of our economy, and what more is the BOI prepared to do? I know you just raised some millions of dollars globally speaking, so you need to tell this audience where the money is. And if they will go through Mr. Ebenezer there, he's smiling because he can smell the money. That's why he's looking in your direction. You have the floor for 2 minutes, please.
Thank you very much. What are we doing in Bank of Industry? Like you said, we are aware of what we need to do as a bank. We realize that we are the biggest DFI in the country, and we have to do more to assist. In terms of what to do generally, we assist large enterprises, small and medium enterprises. In terms of how much we had given out, helping companies in Nigeria, from 2005 till now, we have disbursed about 1.3 trillion naira. It's about 4 million enterprises, across the various cadres, large, small, medium. And that has led to about 9.5 million people being employed, both in terms of direct and indirect. But aside from that also, we do actually spend a lot of money also in terms of capacity development. One of the panelists was talking about if government were to help exporters to take them out to various places where they have trade fairs, for instance, it will help them. Yes. Interestingly, we do that. We have inter-African trade, the fair that normally every 2 years is being organized by Afri-Exim. We've had one in Cairo, another one in Rwanda. We sponsored about 250 companies to this trade
international
fairs.
trade fairs.
We also encourage companies, to be a bit more digital. Afri-Exim has come up with a Mansa. Mansa is a platform where what you do is a big platform for African companies. It will help in terms of due diligence and every other thing. So we encourage companies, to get onto that Mansa platform. There's also the African payment system.
The PAPSS.
Yes. Which we also encourage, because it will reduce the cost of doing businesses in Africa about 25-30%. So basically, we actually want to fund exporters, because one of our mandates is to actually help companies that reduce importation, and reduce the use of our foreign exchange. So for exporters, they're at home with BOI. So if you are doing anything at all, at the end of the day, what you're going to do is going to lead to a reduction, in FX usage, or you're going to generate foreign exchange, then you can come to Bank of Industry. We would like to assist. Like you said, we have been very active raising money. In the last 3 or 4 years, we have raised over $4 billion. And all this money is meant to help companies. So they can come and see us.
Thank you very much. Please a round of applause to Mr. Luka Odekwita. I hope we have one table, one family conversation here. And first, and the only thing I picked from what he said so far is that you have to be digital. And I think that goes a little bit into what the Controller of Customs said earlier in terms of paperwork and making sure everything is fine. Zenith Bank wants to give you all the money. But if your paperwork is not digitalized, you're not sending it by the right email, everything is not proper, then you've got a bit of a problem. So we need to be digital across the entire value chain. So it makes the whole processing easier if you're looking for intervention, whatever support you're getting from BOI, and that goes across board. And so I take that straight to the man who prints money, and that's the central bank. Quadri is not the governor of the central bank, I'm just saying. His signature is not on any of the currency. But let's talk about the RT200 program. It's been talked about. Some of the things we've heard here is that it should be a little bit more about the folks who are close to the bottom of the pyramid in terms of the whole export issue. So what other incentives are you looking at in terms of risk mitigation? How can you expand what the RT200 is looking to achieve? And especially from the point of the development finance department where you came from.
Hello. Thank you, the moderator. On the RT200 is based on around 5 anchors, which is value addition, export facility. On the value addition, that's why we're looking at people that are adding value to what they are actually producing. If you are looking at the raw cocoa, the total demand for cocoa in the world is around 4.8 metric tons, which is $11.9 billion annually. That is the demand. But when you are looking at the value addition, it's over $120 billion. There's a lot CBN has done in that end. Like the other man that talked about multi-trace. CBN does not lend directly to exporters. We work through the banks. I've never met you before, but there was a lot of work that was put in by the CBN governor in making sure that multi-trace is sold, and we work audaciously with AMCON in making sure that that largest value addition cocoa processing factory was actually revived. And a lot of effort were put in, and it has been sold to you by AMCON based on CBN directive. The value addition is very key. The other area where risk mitigation is on the primary production, because you need to actually increase the base, which is primary production. Why we're actually having a lot of problem in pricing is that there are few heritage cultivated in cocoa, in sesame, and under Anchor Borrower Program, we are currently working with Sesame Seed Association in seeing how we can expand the base, and the risking is happening in those areas because there is a 50-50 sharing risk at the primary production where the majority of the risk actually crystallizes. And on the other export substitution, somebody talked about wheat. With CBN governor directive, by the end of this year, we'll be doing almost 400 metric tons of wheat in Nigeria locally. That will actually reduce our wheat import dependence. But what I'm trying to say is that at the primary production, CBN is actually de-risking at the primary production.
Thank you so much. But are there other areas that you can support in terms of insurance, reinsurance, and other risk-sharing options that could come and help promote and expand what's already been done at your department?
That area is what we're actually working on. We are going to work with Bankers Committee on how to see where we can actually do risk at the value addition stage.
All right, thank you very much. More incentives at the value addition stage. That is where some of the panelists and others in the room had spoke about. Let me ask the managing director at the Nigerian Ports Authority,
Coco, about port congestion and other logistics, which are obvious bottlenecks. When will the designated the export come at the designated point for export? When will it really start?
I think I would first of all like us to look at what's happening with the ports. The Tinkan port, with about 2,610 key length, was built in the 70s. The Apapa port was first of all built in the 50s and then modernized in the 60s and all that. The total size of those key length and the total footprint of those ports has remained the way it has been over time. So it also means that because traffic has increased, Nigeria can import more, our population is larger, we're also exporting more. It's the same one single road into Tinkan that is still there, until recently when the government expanded Apapa port, it's the same road that has been there. So what it means is you have high traffic. We handle a total of between 40 to 45,000 trucks into the ports of Tinkan and Apapa in a month, out of which about 15,000 of those trucks or containers are for export. So you find that there must be proper synergy between when the vessel comes into our shores, when it berths, and then when you offload the cargo, when it is inspected by whoever inspects it, does the Nigerian customs, and when it leaves the port. Any break in that will create traffic, whether it's in terms of the trucks or the human traffic and so on and so forth. And then we deployed the truck call-up system. The truck call-up system is to ease the movement of cargo and trucks into the ports. Formerly, it was actually manual, but we have digitized it. And we created pre-gates. The pre-gates are truck parks where trucks will go into before they get into the port. Now, because of the 2006 concession, some of the spaces that could have been used for stacking of containers and so on and so forth have now been used for other things. So there is less space inside the ports. But what we have done to encourage, exports, we understand the need to ensure that we work with the government to ensure the diversification of the economy and encourage non-oil export. Not just to deploy the e-call-up system, but we also license 10 export processing terminals. Now, the export processing terminals are supposed to be locations whereby you stuff, you process, you package, you certify all your products, you seal it, and then you send it directly to the port. But for us to succeed in this, we need other government agencies. I need us to understand that when you keep talking about the port is an ecosystem, it's the maritime ecosystem. It needs not just the Nigerian Ports Authority, but also the other government agencies. So at the export processing terminals that we have created, this is what we expect. So we expect a custom export desk to be there. SON is supposed to be there. Whoever does the certification is supposed to be there. Out of these 10, I believe about 3 or so of them will come on stream shortly. As Libra has started, but it hasn't really fully started operations. Now, when we do that, it means that we are reducing the traffic on the road. We have introduced barge operations. The barges are now reducing the quantity of boxes or containers that are on the road. It means that we're freeing the road more and improving movement through barges. Now, of course, that comes with a cost. And that cost is being borne by the exporters. It makes their exports more expensive when they send them out of the country. But we believe that the export processing terminals will help us further. And that's why we're also going out to encourage the proliferation of more ports. Lekki Port will actually start operations by September. The first vessel to bring in the final sets of equipment came in sometime this month, I believe, yeah. And then there will be Boni Port. The outline business case and the FBC for Badagry has already been approved. And I want to address the issue of the cost that was raised here. The last time Nigerian Ports Authority actually increased its tariff was in 1993. The only thing Nigerian Ports Authority had increased in terms of tariff was actually towage. However, the cost of doing business at the port is always ascribed to tariffs raised by Nigerian Ports Authority, but that's not the case. There are other government agencies like the importers and the exporters that also have been increasing charges over time. The shipping companies also do that, and Nigerian Shippers Council, talking with Nigerian Ports Authority and the Federal Ministry of Transport, is working to ensure that we put a cap and ensure that the shipping lines don't just wake up and increase tariffs over time. So these are some of the things we are doing, and automation is a major thing. I believe one of the things that will reduce congestion is how quickly can we process exports and imports. What is the documentation process? Take the document that Nigerian Ports Authority needs you to fill up, whether you're an importer or exporter. Take the one Nigerian Custom needs. All of them starts with what? Consignee. What's the Form M number? Where is the port of destination, port of loading, port of discharge? So why don't we have one form that serves everybody? And that is the national single window that we have been advocating for. It's something that the government has been working on. And the national single window is a platform that everybody will log in and plug in what they currently have. Even payment. You make one bulk payment and everybody is paid separately at the same time. And that's what is happening in other neighboring African countries. And I know there is an effort by the government to ensure that that is deployed. Now, when you reduce the processes, whether it is in terms of documentation, in terms of lifting of the cargo out of the port, and you get Nigerian Customs to also have scanners, we still have 100% inspection by Nigerian Customs. And that is not effective, actually. You can't inspect cargo 100% when the ports in the neighboring countries are actually scanning hundreds of containers in an hour. So these are the things. So what I think we need to advocate for is more synergy between government agencies to sit down to ensure that we work very well to ensure that this is done.
Thank you so much. A round of applause, please, for the Managing Director. Coco, I think I got the whole but about the processes in terms of documentation, and I've heard that as long as I've been. So we need to do that very quickly. I think the port also needs further investments in terms of infrastructure within and the roads, and in terms of roads and all that leading to the port and all of that. So that's a point two. The third point has to do with more harmonization of all activities of all the major government agencies at the ports. So I'm going to ask Navad, who is a major port operator locally and globally speaking, to what other measures would you like to add to what the MPA Managing Director and CEO just talked about? Navad.
Hello. Yeah, thank you. I'll start by elaborating a little bit about what the MD has mentioned. You have to understand that transport and logistics, supply chain, is a flow business. And ports are only one part, probably more important part, of that entire supply chain. The flow business depends on few key elements. Number one, of course, we have heard about it, infrastructure. And within infrastructure, ports are one element, but besides ports, you also have to take into account the roads, the railways, the bridges, the waterways, which lead toward ports. If you ask your exporter, there are a lot of people sitting over here, what are your experience of the entire supply chain when you are exporting? Then they will tell you that there is a lot of inefficiencies, wastages, and bottlenecks, not just coming to the port because of the port, but before the cargo arrives at the port. So if you want to enable exporters, then you also have to look into that part. The second most important part, which sometimes we forget, is the policies and processes, the processes, which are very, very important. You can build a fantastic state-of-the-art, world-class port, but if your processes and procedures are not in sync, you can still have inefficiency and wastage. Just to give you one example, I just checked sitting over here, what is the dwell time of export container in our ports? That's after our exporter has managed everything. He has come from the roads, potholes, whatever, and now the container is inside the port. It takes on an average 14 days from gate in to load. In One, where I am coming from, I checked same thing for Apapa, and they mentioned to me 20 days. Now we are sitting with a lot of bankers over here in red ties and green ties, and the MD also has a background in banking, and they can very easily calculate it, the cost of capital for those 14 and 20 days. Where is it coming from? Processes. And I think my previous panel, I think Alhaji was sitting and he made some comments about customs. Customs has a big role in making sure that the processes are in sync with the infrastructure. You know, there's no single silver bullet to attack or address this target that we have as a nation to boost our non-oil export. You need a cluster of silver bullets all shot at the same time in a synchronized manner towards the target. Then we will be able to move the needle towards the target that we have. I think we can take this RT200 as a great ambition. My other comment would be, and it's linked with my the observation I've made, this RT200 program. I don't know the details, but just by looking at it, it mentioned about dedicated export terminals. You know, my request would be to expand the scope of this point to include the other transport and logistic infrastructures. If you look at Nigeria as a country and the number of ports and terminals that we have and compare it with other countries, look at the second largest economy in Africa, South Africa, or many other countries. We have the highest number of ports and terminals in one country. I'm not saying that they should not upgrade and expand and develop, they should do that, but where we are lacking a lot is having connectivity. The inland infrastructure, the roads from Kaduna or Kano or north or east or west, where we are producing, right? There is a huge problem in connectivity from those areas towards the port. I'm sure all of you are familiar with the roads leading to Tinkan Island and Apapa. You will see all the roads linked to those ports filled with trucks and trailers 24/7. Right? So there is a need to invest and look at that area if we want to facilitate efficient port infrastructure. And then there was an element about cost. My simple answer to that is that cost is a factor of wastage and inefficiency. Where there will be a disruption in the flow, there will be a wastage, and every waste comes at a cost. So if we want to be competitive, we need to make sure that our cost of doing business for our exporters is lower. How can we achieve that? By eliminating wastages and making sure that the exporters are easily flowing their goods through the ports and infrastructure.
Please, a very big round of applause. Take out inefficiencies and other problems, then costs automatically readjust itself. I think that's what we're enjoying today in the banking industry. For example, the days of taking tally numbers and what have you, sleep on the floor of the bank. You have to know a bank manager and they know to smile at the tellers. Those days are gone, right? So you just use a card and just put it there, just swipe it and off you go. And that removes the whole cost and make things a lot easier.
I mean, a comparison was made with UAE and it was really eye-opener. Sitting over here looking at, okay, what is the GDP of UAE compared to Nigeria?
Yes.
And I was very, very frustrated. What the heck? UAE and mainly Dubai, they don't even produce oil, right? And few decades back, they were not even manufacturing. Nigeria is better than that. Right? So what are the reasons that we are not where we should be?
Interesting. Let me allow the controller, thank you so much. Let me allow the controller, Adekunle Oloyede, to speak to some of the issues around logistics and the customs being a major midwife to all members of the trade facilitation industry. Thank you.
Hello. Thank you so much. I would be doing disservice to my colleagues Because when the central bank governor came in, it spoke about the fight against rice smugglers. But he never mentioned the supreme price paid by officers and men of the service. So I want to put it on record that that success story may not be complete without appreciating the lives of our officers and men that were lost in the battle. After saying that, we all know that the service has deployed what we know as NICES 2, which is an upgrade to what we have, the former system of Asikuda ++ that we have. We look at the gaps in the trade export, both export and import trade supply chain. And we decided we need to provide a platform where other agencies of government or including the exporter can have access to us on a digital form. But what we noticed, like I said when I was answering the first question, we are all automated in silos. So we need the CBN, who is also in charge of the PIAs and the NXP, from NXP and from NCS, to please provide an API where all of us can see ourselves, so that all our data elements, we can pull it together and have a single sheet, just the way we have from M, where all agencies can come up on it before the goods are being loaded or even before examination. We need to digitalize. Every agency needs to come on board. Going forward, we have what we call National Single Window. It's up with, we have been engaging with MPA and with other agencies on how to develop this single window. But we have what we call modernization in customs. We are trying to make sure we have full automation of export declaration, re-exportation, temporary re-export, and also we have what we call Unified Custom Management System, which will cover manifest for exports, port management for export service and application, export discharges and loading change, export loading status model, vehicle loading status model, export processing zone, payment and other collections under export. If we can bring this to fore, I think the time of doing business and even the ease of doing business, there is no way, if there is still human interface, that we can have a seamless clearance procedure. We have scanners. We have at least 3 scanners. And we want to buy more scanners once we start this modernization project. Because we know for there to be facilitation of trade, we must employ disruptive technology, artificial intelligence, blockchain technology, and even ISIL, so that when we go to your factory or wherever and we load, we'll seal it, and everybody can monitor the movement of the container from wherever it is loaded into the port. So this will remove the instances of different units of the service and even agencies coming to stop your container once it's loaded at either a commercial warehouse or your private warehouse or even at an export zone. So these are things we're trying to put forward to make sure things go forward. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Controller Oloyede. I'm just going to take a bit of what you said about the central bank as working with others, and I'm going to ask Quadri very quickly if there are other areas that you think exporters would like to, you want exporters to do that are not currently being done to support the whole process, the more smooth processes that have been talked about by everyone in the room in terms of getting things done right and as quickly as possible.
You said what?
No, I'm asking Quadri from the central bank.
Sorry, like what you said earlier, with the new system that's been developed by Nigerian Port Authority, which our bank is working with them, we'll see how we can collaborate more and where we can have that single window for monitoring.
Okay, all right. Please give everyone a round of applause, please, on this side of the hall. Thank you very much, everyone, for being on my panel. I want to say, let me give 30 seconds to everyone on the panel to have a final word. You want to have any? Okay. You are the one with the largest amount of money now you just raised, so I'm going to be deferring to you.
You've just mentioned that I have someone that prints currency next to me. Well, for me, I think for exporters, it's very important they pay attention to quality control. Nigeria is losing a lot of money because people are exporting things and the quality here, they doubt our certificates. They are being discounted, you know. And I think as a country also, we need to have institutions that we can trust, that when they use certificates, people can actually believe that what they say is what we are going to have. That will help us not to have our goods being discounted. I believe Afrexim is doing one in Ogun State, very close to the airport. That will help a lot, you know. I think it's an area we need to focus on. Yeah.
Yes, Quadri, please.
On our home part, we would like to see how many exporters can go into backward integration and a lot of value addition, because it's actually in value addition that we actually make more FS available for banks. And also, we would like more exporters to actually send more applications through their banks to CBN. What we are getting is in trickles, and people should be able to even go into primary production. And on the areas export terminal, we've not seen any application, just few applications that we have that we are reviewing on people that are interested in investing in export terminal. Thank you.
Okay, anyone who is interested in investing in export terminal, I'm interested. But let me just ask the managing director at MPA.
I just want to add, I mean, the exporters know that we have created a dedicated lane going into the ports for export boxes and also time belt. We understand the essence of export and the reason for which we have also worked with export processing, I mean Nigerian export processing NEPC to integrate the dues with the export processing terminals. We will work with the exporters to see how this scheme would work. I believe it will save a lot of time. Now the issue of the automation and so on and so forth, what MPA has done was to start working on deployment of a port community system. And the IMO, that's International Maritime Organization, is consulting for us. We are happy to say that Nigerian Customs and so many stakeholders have been involved in the first phase and the second phase. The consultants have come in-house to Nigeria and they have done on-the-spot assessment. Our target is to ensure that all the government agencies, everyone, all the stakeholders come in together, share data that can easily be analyzed, easily accessible, and that will reduce the speed at which we process, whether it is import or export. It's a lot of work, but I believe that with the seriousness we have seen from the stakeholders, we would achieve it. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much for everyone. Give them a round of applause, please. Thank you, gentlemen. That's about. I say thank you to my panel. Thank you very much to all of you. Kayode from BOI, Loyede, Controller Loyede from Tinkan, Navet from the man from Monet. Thank you. It's good to have you here. Coco from MPA, and of course Quadri from the Central Bank. Thank you so much. A round of applause, please. Let's round up this panel.
Let me thank Zenith Bank for inviting me to the export seminar today. I regret that I'm not able to join you in
Thank you very much. Thank you. Please take your seats. And I'm handing over to Tolu Lokpe to take it to the next level from here. We're going to watch a video very quickly. Then we'll have to take the panel. Yes.
Let me thank Zenith Bank for inviting me to the export seminar today. I regret that I'm not able to join you in person. As you may tell, I am in transit. I am in a hotel room. Nonetheless, I do wish you very, very good deliberations during this seminar. Your seminar comes at a time when the African continent is confronted with an unprecedented challenge of food insecurity, which is caused by the geopolitical context between Russia and Ukraine. What this crisis has done is yet again, to underscore the importance of a diversified economy in Africa, the importance of reducing our reliance on the export of primary commodities. The African continent imports in excess of over 70% wheat, grains, barley, and other cereals from Russia and Ukraine. Yet, as a continent, we have over 60% of the world's arable land. And so what this crisis underscores is the fact that Africa has got to accelerate. We have to accelerate self-sufficiency, the development of regional value chains, and the capacity for us to produce and to do value addition in what we produce. The fact that a country of 44 million people in Europe is able to feed an entire continent of 1.3 billion people by exporting maize, barley, and other cereals to Africa should cause all of us should be concerned about this state of affairs. And so what is it that we are doing as the AFCFTA Secretariat in response to the crisis that our continent is facing in terms of food security? We have recently signed an MOU with Equity Bank, an MOU that will focus on agricultural production, on agro-processing, and value addition of agricultural products to ensure that Africa is able to feed herself and to ensure that agricultural products are traded across the African continent under the AFCFTA. We believe where we accelerate the production of food, the trade in food and agricultural products, that we will ensure the self-sufficiency of our continent and that we will ensure the food security that our continent desires. This MOU that we signed with Equity Bank, in terms of which Equity Bank has committed to mobilize up to $7 billion for productive capacity in Africa, especially in the agricultural sector, certainly is to be welcomed. Of course, we expect that Equity Bank will have to see returns on the investment that they will make. But it is a remarkable achievement because it demonstrates what we as Africans can do when we commit to uplifting the economic development situation of our continent. The second important development in terms of implementation of the AFCFTA, again as a response to the need to accelerate and boost intra-Africa trade in Africa, is the recently launched Pan-African Payments and Settlement System, which will enable us as Africans to overcome this challenge of the cost of currency convertibility, which, as you know, currency convertibility costs the African continent $5 billion annually. That is $5 billion foregone, which could have been deployed to address some of our pressing economic challenges and development challenges. With the Pan-African Payments and Settlement System, we are now enabling Africans to conduct trade on a digital platform using their local currency to trade across countries, across regions of the African continent without having to rely on a third currency. This is a very important development for the improvement and enhancement of intra-Africa trade in Africa. Since we last spoke at this important seminar last year, we have launched the private sector strategy. That private sector strategy identifies 4 critical value chains for us to focus on. And it projects the gains to Africa's economy when we focus investment in these value chains for trade under the AFCFTA. The pharmaceutical sector, agro-processing, transport and logistics, and of course agriculture are some of the value chains that we have prioritized in this strategy. The strategy projects that we as Africans are in a position to create over 750,000 jobs, over $11 billion annually to Africa's GDP that we can contribute when we focus on these value chains and unlock opportunities in these value chains. This is, of course, a very positive projection. However, it will require us working together, the AFCFTA Secretariat, the African Union, as well as, and more importantly, the private sector to mobilize the investment in these value chains. The opportunities certainly are there. For example, in the year 2019, Africa imported $16 billion worth of pharmaceutical products. That is $16 billion worth of jobs forgone, innovation forgone, competitiveness forgone, because we rely on other parts of the world to produce much needed pharmaceutical goods for our public health as the African continent. We know that Africa is well endowed in these agricultural inputs that are required to produce the pharmaceutical products that we import. And in fact, based on evidence, we know that we export agricultural products unprocessed, which then abroad are processed into finished pharmaceutical products. And so the purpose of this private sector strategy, as I said earlier, is to mobilize private sector investment into these value chains so that this $16 billion worth of imports can be substituted by African private sector investing in these value chains to create jobs, to ensure innovation, and of course, competitiveness in Africa. The other example that I can cite of a very important development is a $1 billion commitment from Afreximbank to assist in the implementation of the automotive sector value chains. We know that the automotive sector has a great deal of potential to contribute to Africa's industrialization. We know this from the example of countries in Western Europe who have focused on the auto sector and over 2 or less decades were able to accelerate industrialization in their economies. And so I appreciate the contribution by Afreximbank of $1 billion to the automotive sector for those countries who wish to enter the automotive sector value chain, which we know is inclusive of a range of different areas, including the agricultural sector. I would therefore close by saying the following. There are opportunities under the African Continental Free Trade Area in the value chains that I have just mentioned, in the services sector, which, as you know, is a growing sector in Africa. The services sector contributes significantly to Africa's overall GDP. Financial services, tourism services, construction services, distribution services. These are some of the services sectors where we are focusing in a very intense way to ensure that we unlock opportunities by reducing barriers to trade in services, by eliminating discriminatory practices amongst African countries in the trade, as we trade in the area of services. And so I invite all of you to consider all of the opportunities under the AFCFTA that are provided for us to be able to trade across regions and across countries in Africa. ECOWAS, of course, is an important part of the AFCFTA. All ECOWAS countries, except 2, have ratified the agreement establishing the AFCFTA, and therefore ECOWAS private sector and businesses stand to gain from an expanded market, a market of 1.3 billion people with a combined GDP of 3.4 trillion United States dollars. It equally offers opportunities to small and medium enterprises in ECOWAS countries to expand their businesses, to reach economies of scale, to expand their businesses and investments to new parts of the African continent, in Southern Africa, in Northern Africa, in Central Africa, and of course in Eastern Africa. I stand ready to work with the private sector to ensure that these opportunities do become a reality. Let me close with a positive projection by the World Bank. I did mention this positive projection when we gathered last year, when we gathered at this seminar virtually, but I think it's worth to repeat this positive projection. The World Bank projects that by the year 2035, when we implement the African Continental Free Trade Area, we stand to benefit Africa in the following way. We have the potential to lift out of poverty almost 100 million Africans, to contribute to Africa's GDP by $450 billion as a result of expanded trade, to enhance and boost intra-Africa trade by up to 80%, and more importantly, to create up to 10% job productive capacity in Africa. These are very positive projections, and I'm confident that we can reach these projections where all governments in Africa and the private sector implement the AFCFTA. The private sector is the most critical pillar of the AFCFTA and its implementation. As I've noted before, governments do not trade. It is the private sector that trades, that creates opportunities, that invests in job creation. And so I look forward to working with all of you to ensuring that we reach these positive projections by the World Bank. I want to thank you very much for inviting me to participate virtually at this seminar today. Thank you.
Once again, a round of applause for the Secretary General of the Africa Continental Free Trade Area Secretariat. Unfortunately, he could not be here, but he did want to participate. And you could hear many of the positive things he's checked off on his list in terms of what the continent can do with the area agreement and the potential for a market of 1.3 billion people. So we have our final panel for today, and from there we'll be closing things out for today. But let me first introduce my panelists as they'll be joining me. I have joining me for this panel that's looking at the ABCs of non-oil exports, Agbola Olugbenga, who is the founder and CEO of Flutterwave. That was one of the companies mentioned by Alhaji Aliko Dangote during his keynote address. Mr. Babatola Fasheru, who is the chairman CEO of Colossus Investment. Segun Ajayi Kadir, the president of the Manufacturers Association of Nigeria, as well as Mr. Bamidele Ayemibo. He's the senior consultant, 3T Impex Trade Center. So gentlemen and lady as well, please let's make our way to the stage. Hello. All right. So we have Okweoluwa Abitoye representing the CEO of Flutterwave. Let's get straight into this conversation, the ABCs of non-oil exports. And that's really where, at the end of all the conversations we've had today, we need to get to. Whether we like it or not, it is imperative, given the economic situations that the world finds itself, that Nigeria diversify. And it was the CBN governor who said, time is also going. The world will not wait for us to do this. Other African countries will not wait for us to do this. So the imperative is on us. So let me start with Opeyemi on this as well. Flutterwave is exporting a service that's basically almost intangible. And that's really the next generation in terms of this conversation, particularly for a country such as Nigeria with a young population and so much potential in the markets. When you look at the exports of services that are growing, is there a way that we can even increase the volume of these services? Music, Nollywood, ICT, and so much more. You can press the button, let it come up.
Thank you very much for that question, Tolu. So I know that we don't need to re-emphasize the fact that everything is changing. The world has changed. Everything has changed. You see people working from home now. Everything is almost remote, right? And that includes IT. That includes almost everything that we do. And because of the COVID, that even iterated it the more. So half of the talents that you see today, engineering talent, IT talent, creatives in the country, you see people on social media. I'm sure that half of the time that we're here, half of the people here in this room, we're on social media just scrolling through. And those are talents we are scrolling through, right? Because most of these guys are creatives. They're exporting whatever it is they're creating. You see people reaching out to them to say, can we advertise with you? And then these people get paid in dollars, right? And that's part of exporting, because we're exporting talents and we're exporting people who are able to do these things. And Flutterwave, because of course, we're a payment company, we're also trying to work with people like Zenith Bank, which have been very supportive, the CBN as well, and other regulators, right, to ensure that we're able to create processes and, very easy payment methods for these guys to get paid. Half the time, they're churning out their products, their services, their creations, and looking for ways to get paid in USD, to get paid in euros, to get paid in whatever foreign currency, right? And this is where Flutterwave comes in, because we're able to provide a platform where payments can be collected from outside the country for these guys. So it's quite helpful, and it just helps them, encourages them to do what they're doing and making payments easy for them generally.
Thank you. So, Babatola Fasheru, let's look at this in terms of the access to markets. We've heard about how the situation plays out here in Nigeria, but when you want to access markets further on, it can be a major issue for many exporters. What do we do to overcome this, particularly when we look at the African Continental Free Trade Area Agreement coming to being, and we're looking at expanding to a market that holds 1.3 billion people? We don't even have to look outside the continent. We can just focus on dominating the trade and the exports of things here on the African continent. The other way. Yes.
Hello.
Yes.
Thank you very much. And of course, I'd like to thank the management of Zenith Bank for this wonderful opportunity. Access to market is very important, very critical in export. As we know, export itself, it's you're trading, you're sending your goods beyond the shores of your country, which means that it's a specialty, it's a unique market. It's different from the domestic market. And one of the things that will determine your success in the business of export is your ability to access the market. Of course, one of the things you have to consider will be, you know, if you want to sell to a particular country, you want to look at that country. Is it politically stable? Is it financially stable? Is it a country that we will sell to and then you'll be able to get your money back? Do they have, are they easily able to get convertible currency, you know, so that you can get your money back? Is it peaceful? You know, those are the things to consider. It will be wrong for anybody to be trying to access Ukraine right now because of the situation, you know. But I haven't said that. Those things that will help you to be able to access the international market. We've been in the business for about 28 years, Colossus Investments Limited. There are opportunities, you know, which are created by international conferences. So as a new exporter, you try and look at, you know, conferences that have been organized, particularly for areas of your interest. You know, if you're a cashew trader, for instance, if there is a meeting or a conference, you have, you know, several conferences that happen all over the world in some strategic countries where they buy cashews. So you look out for that. Okay, there are trade fairs, for instance. You have the Gulf Food Fair that happens every year. Here you have a lot of agri-products displayed, exhibited, you know. So these are the things to look at. Also, try and join a trade association in Nigeria. You have the Cashew Association of Nigeria, you have the Cocoa Association of Nigeria, you have the Sesame Association of Nigeria. These associations afford you the opportunity to, you know, drink from a common pool of information, you know, and then of course it helps you to network,
okay,
you know, with other players in the market. Of course, one of the things that is important for us in accessing is the certification. The certification, you know, so you hear, you know, you want to sell into the American market, there's some certifications that you need to get and all of that. My organization, for instance, Africa Cashew Alliance, I'm the president of Africa Cashew Alliance. We provide opportunity for certification. We have what we call the ACAC. That has been helping a lot of exporters of cashew nuts, particularly the processed cashew nuts, to gain access to America, Europe, and all of that. Of course, Nigerian Export Promotion Council has been quite helpful. They have information also as to the market, countries where they take some of our goods here. Also, embassies, you know, some foreign embassies that are situated here have helped in developing bilateral business relationship. So you look at all of that and then be able to
put it together.
Tap into that, and then you'll be able to do your business successfully.
Thank you very much. So before I continue, can we please settle down towards the back? Let's have some attention for the panelists up here. Let's please settle down towards the back. So let me come to Mr. Bamidele Ayemebo. So let's look at the value chains. I know that one of the earlier speakers did mention value addition and the potential that we have to make more money in regards to that. But right now, most of the products that Nigeria does send out as exports are agricultural products. They're in really relatively the raw state of things. So we don't get as much money from them as we should. So when it comes to the value chain conversation, what value chains are there for Nigerian export businesses that they can exploit? And particularly for even the players in the creative industry, how can they benefit from that as well?
All right. If you look at the value chain, you can start with research and development, then primary production, then secondary production, then tertiary production, then marketing, then logistics and export. And in all these part of the chain, there are opportunities. So for example, let's take cocoa for example. On the primary production, you have about $9.5 billion in size of export. Now, if you look at the secondary production, like cocoa butter, about $6 billion. Now, but when you move up to chocolate, for example, in the tertiary, you have about $30 billion. So you now realize that as you move up the chain, it tends to have more opportunity in terms of what you tend to get at the end of the day. Now, for the creative industry, I think they will come in more in the tertiary and in marketing. Tertiary because at the level of tertiary, you are exporting finished product that is expected to have packaged in a way that you want to make it attractive, because, I mean, you know, buying is emotional. When people are buying, sometimes people will buy because of the way the product looks. In fact, the story you tell on the package of the product, maybe you're supporting, you know, you see some product, you see them supporting some women back in Africa or some widow in some villages. I mean, those kind of story to a large extent help people that want to buy to prefer to buy this product because of the value they are creating as a result of buying those products. So the creative will come in being able to package those products in such a way that it can be attractive to those that will be buying. Now, beyond the tertiary is the marketing. And with the advent of social media, so much can be done online. Nowadays, there's so much you can do in reaching out to buyers and being able to get them to even show interest in your product. You know, you'll find a situation in which the way this product is packaged and marketed online go a long way to be able to attract buyers for it. And this is where the creative comes in. So, and not just the creative, actually, I think also services like lawyers in particular, because one of the challenges we've had in Nigeria is people are exporting and having issue with payment. So beyond the creative people helping with the marketing area, the lawyer can also assist. I'm looking for a situation in which you have a situation where Nigeria exports, the product arrive at destination, and sometimes you have some fraudulent buyers in which you have challenge with payment, and you can have lawyers who can have partners in major market where Nigeria exports to, and have a synergy with lawyers in those axes such that whenever there are issues, it becomes easier to go ahead and follow up on those films. So beyond the creative, I think also services like legal services can also have a lot to play in the value chain. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Bamdele. And Mr. Shegun Ajayi Kadir, the head of the Manufacturer Association of Nigeria, we're having all these conversations about exporters, and we should see MAN, really, especially the association members, at the forefront of exporting. But we've seen the challenges that the association and basically the economy in Nigeria has been facing for the past several years. But specific to your members, what are those challenges? And in terms of intervention, we've had the CBN here, we've had a bank like Zenith Bank, we've had customs as well, we've had the NEPC. What interventions would you expect from those also major players in this space?
Thank you. Yes, thank you. I think if I may just take off from where Dele stopped, he talked about the value chain and saying that when you go up the ladder, so to say, you get more value. So I think the conversation should actually be about what do you export? Not just to export because you want to take your goods from one country to the other. I mean, if you look at the production of cocoa, between Cote d'Ivoire and Ghana, they produce more than, I think, 70 or 80% of the world cocoa. But what is the value? If you look at the whole value chain, what is the benefit to these two countries? So I think that in Nigeria, where we are trying to grow export, what we should be looking at is what do we export? Do we add value to those things that we produce to export? And this is where manufacturing comes in. In terms of manufacturing, Nigeria has not done well in terms of export of manufactured products. As a matter of fact, the value, in terms of the merchandise value, only 6.4% of our exports are manufactured products. And for you to understand the challenge that has made this to be what we have, is the fact that the manufacturing sector operates in an environment that is inclement. You have the cost structures, you have the policies, you have logistics, you have insecurity, access to credit, and thank God Zenith Bank is here. I mean, I was going to say that Zenith Bank should actually encourage other banks to hold seminars like this, to have export desks in their own banks. There are 25 plus banks in Nigeria. If all of them are supporting export the way Zenith Bank is supporting, we may just delete credit, access to credit, as part of the challenges that we have in terms of export.
I think Zenith Bank deserves a round of applause for that, for making those things available. That's a vital point.
So I do think that manufacturers' access to credit, for instance, is part of the major reasons why we cannot export. Because once it comes to exporting, nobody in Abidjan or in Côte d'Ivoire, nobody in Abidjan that is in Côte d'Ivoire, will buy because it's produced by his brother in Lagos. He's going to buy because he respects the economy of his pocket. So if the produce from France is less expensive, better packaged, he's not going to buy from Nigeria because it is produced by Dele's company. So as a matter of fact, you need to be able to produce competitively. And I mean, we are no strangers to the operating environment that we have. But I do also want to, because you asked what changes are. For instance, we should have fast track in exports. Because our system has been oriented towards importation, we only have fast track for imports. I think we should work with the customs to establish a fast track for exports. We should also have a situation where we can deliberately promote some products that are manufactured in Nigeria to penetrate markets outside of Nigeria, especially with the African Continental Free Trade Area Agreement. We also have regulations as part of the challenges that we have. Our regulatory agencies, particularly NAFDAC and SON, should be able to network their other players such that you don't reject yam from Nigeria, for instance, because it is exported from Nigeria. But take that same yam to Ghana and it's exported, it's accepted. So I think it's because of the collaboration that you have between the regulatory agencies that are here and those in the receiving countries. We should also prioritize, you see, in manufacturing, import is as important to us as export. Because most of our raw materials are imported. Even if they are not, the machines and the spares that we use to produce are majorly imported. So we will have access to forex. If you don't prioritize access to the productive sector in terms of this scarce forest that we have, it will be difficult for you to import those inputs and those machines. And also in terms of export, it's been said here that it's difficult for you to export. Why should it be difficult for you to export? We have the leading manufacturer in Africa saying that it is difficult to export. If it is difficult for him, you can imagine the so many small-scale people that we know are the engine of growth and are the ones that can drive our exports, especially within the continent of Africa. I mean, if we say we find it difficult to export to Asia, America, and Europe, should it be difficult for us to export to African countries? I mean, it shouldn't. So we shouldn't allow the informal export of our products, which is largely not organized, and you cannot actually control the quality of it. So we should try to formalize this, and you can only do that when you make it easy for people to export.
So I want to follow up with you because you did mention the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, and when President Muhammadu Buhari was signing, he did talk about some of his concerns, and his concerns haven't really gone away. If others beat Nigeria sort of to an implementation stage along the line with the pillars, what concerns do you have for the manufacturing industry in the country?
Yeah, I think we were actually one of those that encouraged Nigeria to be circumspect before you sign. And those things we identified at that time, even though we were widely criticized, are coming to play. We ought to have started trading, but as we speak, 1 year, 6 months, we are still not trading. So I think those concerns are there, particularly because we've not really concluded on some of the protocols that will facilitate the trade. The rule of origin, for instance, which is the major fear that manufacturers in Nigeria have. We have smaller countries where they have even weaker institutional, they have weak institutions. So they might not be able to effectively establish the origin of their products. So you can have infiltration from third countries. Say somebody from China brings in a product, repackages it in Benin Republic and brings it here to unfairly compete with Nigerian products. So we still have those fears. We also have the fears of some countries, and I think there's nothing really you can do about that, but the Nigerian government needs to take a very good. My friend in Benin was telling me that they've never had the kind of application for industrial lands than they are having now. And the strategy is this. You go to Benin, you establish one small factory, you bring in those products from out, you put there, and you just drive into Badagry. Now, we have manufacturers in Nigeria that operate in, and I must tell you, one of the worst conditions you can ever think about. I mean, how will you imagine a country at this time that the disposable income of average Nigerians is dwindling and you are increasing excise? So there are policies that are antithetical to the growth of the manufacturing sector. And if you are not competitive, if you don't grow, there is no way you'll be able to export. So we still have those challenges from how the AFCFTA will pan out, and I think the Secretariat of the AFCFTA is doing well. But internally, we need to deliberately enhance the capacity of the manufacturing sector because many other African countries are doing so.
Very true. Thank you so much. Bamidele, let me come back to you now as we start wrapping things up down the line. We've seen that foreign exchange earnings from these type of services, especially in the creative industries and the kind that Okoyemi also mentioned, are not fully harnessed in Nigeria. There's a way that they're either repatriated or hung somewhere, and it's not the country that's making the best use of them. How do we change that trend?
Not just in Nigeria alone, actually. Global trade in merchandise is about $18 trillion. Services is about $6 trillion. It's been growing 4 trillion, 5 trillion, 6 trillion. So the Southeast Asia, Far East Asia, India, they have taken the lead and doing a lot in service export. Of course, US have been doing a lot also because of technology. And people have said that this is actually the opportunity for Africa, that we've not been able to do well in the Industrial Revolution. Maybe we will be able to do a lot in services, as we see that Flutterwave is doing. I think it will also be good to be able to capture this. People have clamored for having like the way we have Form M for import, Form A for import of services, Form NXP for export of goods, to also have a form for service export, which I think CBN is aware. I don't know how far that has gone. Maybe that also let us have a true picture of the services, service export. But I think for us to grow that sector, there is a lot of need for education, enlightenment, for individuals to be able to know that, look, I can actually do a lot in exporting services, which I think some people are doing. I mean, look at what Andela is doing, for example. I was with someone yesterday and was talking about exporting our footballers. And when he was talking about it, the kind of number he was calling, the kind of information he had, I was just wondering, look, are we even looking at this at all? But I realized that even foreign clubs, a number of them are finding their way into the country to be able to work with some local football academy to be able to export those players. And that's another huge opportunity that I think we are not exploring. So I think there is a need for a lot of enlightenment within that space to be able to take advantage of it. But the fact is that it's still growing. I mean, if merchandising goods is 18 trillion, and by the way, of the $18 trillion merchandise goods, manufacturing is about 12 trillion. So just talking again about the need for value addition, $12 trillion manufactured good, 18 for the total, and of course, service is just about 6 trillion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okoyemi, representing Flutterwave, we're seeing the attention that's coming to the tech industry. And we've heard from major players here, you may not have to do too much with maybe a customs or too much with an NEPC, but you will of course be involved with the CBN. You will of course be involved with the government as a regulator. So when it comes to regulation and partnership, what is the official stance? What does a Flutterwave expect from the Nigerian government, not just as a regulator, but also a partner in the progress of an industry such as your own?
So I think it's still a very high dependency on regulation. And of course, because we always have to work with the banks. And I mean, I cannot overemphasize the support and the partnership that the banks have to do with whatever it is we're doing. We're not able to do anything without the banks, without the regulator. regulators support, right? So whatever it is that we're working on, or whatever it is, no matter how innovative, no matter how creative we can get, or how out of the world we think, I know that a lot of people know that these payment companies or these fintechs have very young, vibrant people, bright ideas. But guess what? Most of these things, if not all, cannot be done alone, right? It's partnership, it's dependency on so many people, dependency on the banks, dependency on the support of even individuals, right? And of course, innovation is one of the most, maybe it's part of what we thrive on, right? To ensure that we're innovating around everything that we're doing. But like I said again, we need the support of everybody that we can get. And then that's, of course, ongoing. We have good partnerships here and there that we work with, and that's what has made most of the fintech companies thrive today. Partnership is very important. The support of regulators, very important, and other banks as well. So yeah, that's like our thriving point at this time.
All right, thank you. And Babatola, as we wrap things up, it's all about talking about the pitfalls of export standardization, grading of primary exports, and of course looking at these creative industries, the next big thing that we're looking at now. They say it's the next crude oil, and I hope Nigeria can really harness it as it should be. But as someone in this space, what do you think are the insights that we need to listen to when it comes to the exporters? What their wants, their needs, their demands in order to really open up Nigeria's non-oil export sector?
Thank you so much. I mean, a lot has been said about how we all need to roll up our sleeves and put in our efforts to see that we put Nigeria on that trajectory of growth and sustainability. It's not just the government alone that would do it. It's private and public sector collaboration. I remember very well earlier in the decade, earlier about 2013, I was president of National Cashew Association of Nigeria then, and we were having a lot of issues with our cashews in terms of acceptability in the international market. The farmers will produce in 1 year, and then the next year the cashew is still remaining, and then when the new crop comes, it will be mixed with the old one, and so over time, the feedback was not good, and people, the buyers were not interested. And I said, we can do something. This is my time. I need to change the narrative. We have two major countries that buy cashews from Nigeria: India and Vietnam. What I did was, I went to Vietnam, and I sat with them. And I said, we can change it. Yes, you have a problem. You say Benin cashew is better than ours. Ghana cashew is better than ours. But we will change it. We'll change the narrative. And I told them, we're going to improve on the quality. What are the issues? Moisture, packaging, and all. Okay. I came back. I told them we're going to sell that year 80,000 tons of cashews from Nigeria. And I, as the president, then sat with the president of Vietnam Cashew Association, and we signed an MOU. We're going to do this, and these are the things we're going to do. And they said, okay, if you do it, we will buy from you. And I came back home, and I told our people across the value chain, this is it. We all have to work hard. We have to improve on our agricultural practices, even when the crop is on. When we harvest, we have to, deploy the best operations in harnessing it. The drying has to be properly done. The packaging has to be properly done. As at that time, a lot of people were just doing things anyhow, using polypropylene bags. I said, we're going to use jute bags, good jute bags. I did that. Everybody followed. I can tell you,
That in the next year, we sold about 100. We exceeded the 80,000. We sold about 100,000 that year. And consistently the quality has improved. There used to be a big gap between a big premium against Nigerian cashew as of that time. Today, the premium between our cashews, Benin cashews, Ivory Coast cashews have thinned down, and the brand has been changed over time. And you can see, even when you are talking about non-oil export, from after cocoa, in fact, there was a particular quarter we had more earnings. Cashew had more earnings than cocoa that particular, I think 2018 or so. So it's all about common effort, joint efforts, and then we can get to where we want to get to. The next step is value addition. And then I believe, the central bank governor has spoken very well, and efforts have been we can see all the efforts. The RT 200 and all, the NEPC also, they've also said, yes, we will all work together on that. Zenith also, you can see them, they are ready, And I can tell you, with everyone coming together, of course, custom, I wanted to even say a big thank you to the tin can controller. There's been a lot of improvement from the tin can side. I think the Apapa port is a major, that's a problem area. So it's a collective effort, and I believe in a short while we will get to that promised land. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please, a round of applause for my panelists today. They've been with us since the morning and also helping us round out the event today. So once again, representative of the CEO of Flutterwave, Opayemi, thank you so much for joining us. We also have Baba Tola Fasheru, Shegun Ajayi Kadir, and Bamidele Ayemebo. Please, a round of applause again for the panelists. They'll stand to take their pictures now, and we'll get ready for the vote of thanks. Thank you once again. All right, very quickly before we go to the vote of thanks, we'd like to hear from the Executive Director and the CEO of the Nigerian Export Promotion Council, Dr. Ezra Yakusak, who is online with us and ready to take part in this conversation with us. So please, let's go to Dr. Ezra Yakusak, the Executive Director and CEO of the Nigeria Export Promotion Council.
Thank you very much, moderator. I truly appreciate. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, my name is Dr. Ezra Yakusak. I'm the Executive Director, CEO of Nigeria Export Promotion Council. I'm here to deliver a goodwill message in respect of this program. It is my great pleasure to deliver this goodwill message at the 2022 International Trade Seminar on non-oil export being organized by Zenith Bank. I want to first and foremost congratulate Zenith Bank for this wonderful initiative, which started 7 years ago. May I therefore use this medium to thank the bank, and I recognize its effort, support, and immense contribution to the non-oil export sector of Nigerian economy. Zenith Bank's non-oil export forum has indeed become a veritable platform for reawakening the consciousness of Nigerians on the dear need to further develop and promote non-oil export. With a robust discussion by practitioners and stakeholders today, I have no doubt that the non-oil export sector will sooner than later be fully and truly transformed. Zenith Bank's effort is clearly in tandem with the NEPC current Export for Survival campaign. Our campaign is geared towards stimulating national consciousness on current realities in the non-oil export ecosystem. It is also a wake-up call to mobilize citizens to engage meaningfully by ensuring massive investment in non-oil export in order to earn the needed foreign exchange. With the current economic realities in Nigeria, you will all agree with me that our survival as a nation depends on non-oil export. This is a sure way to generate employment and ensure sustainable economic growth and prosperity. At this juncture, please permit me to leverage on the opportunity provided by this platform to briefly outline some laudable initiatives of the NEPC as sustaining non-oil export activities. In its quest to facilitate SME's acquisition of international certification in order to access niche non-oil export market with premium pricing and also to checkmate the numerous cases of export rejects, the NEPC initiated the Nigerian Competitiveness Project tagged Go Global Go certification. Presently, a total number of 101 certifications have been issued to various SMEs exporters, with NEPC bearing the entire cost of such certifications like HACCP, FDA, ISO 22000, HALA, etc. Presently, applications are being collected and compiled for the second phase of the project. Similarly, the Council is spearheading a Nigerian food export global roadshow to the UK in August 2022. The main objective of this program is to meet and discuss with key regulators in the UK value chain with a view to curb the incessant cases of export rejects from Nigeria. The visit is to be undertaken along with other sister organizations like the Nigerian Quarantine Service, Federal Produce Inspection, NAFDAC, Nigerian Shippers Council, SON, and a host of others. Arrangements have been concluded to visit the UK Food Standards Agency, UK Border Control, and the Southampton Port. In the same vein, the NEPC is hosting all foreign ambassadors, high commissioners, and partners in Nigeria on Friday, 22nd July 2022. The objective is to create an avenue for showcasing Nigerian products and to facilitate seamless information dissemination on non-oil exports and services in Nigeria. Ladies and gentlemen, the implication of the domestic export warehouse scheme is another initiative to stem the tide of congestion at the Nigerian ports. The scheme was designed as an intervention to manage pre-shipment logistics and processing at the ports as a bonded warehouse where regulatory agencies conduct statutory inspection and ensure appropriate documentation for export. So far, 9 companies have been inspected and granted provisional license to commence operation across the country. Additional 4 companies will issue provisional license Monday next week. In order to further enhance the distribution of made in Nigeria products, facilitate market access and increase market share under the instrumentality of the African Continental Free Trade Area, the Council commissioned export trade houses in Egypt and Togo. Efforts are being made to open other trade houses in Kenya, South Africa, Dubai, and a host of others. Ladies and gentlemen, while I will not bore you with the plethora of activities of the Council so far, I will, however, want to reaffirm the NEPC commitment at not only fulfilling its statutory mandate, but also collaborating with other key stakeholders in developing and promoting the non-oil export. I want to assure you that our doors are always open for such strategic partnerships. On this note, ladies and gentlemen, I want to once more thank Zenith Bank for its focus and consistency. I call on other commercial banks to emulate Zenith Bank in this campaign. The more, the merrier. I thank you for listening. God bless you all.
Please, I think we can do one more round of applause for the Executive Director and CEO of the Nigeria Export Promotion Council, Dr. Ezra Yakusak. And ladies and gentlemen, and those who are with us online, I would like to say a very big thank you for joining us today, but it's not in my hands to give you the vote of thanks, so please allow me the honor of calling up the Executive Director and the Executive Compliance Officer for Zenith Bank, Mr. Dennis Olisa. Please, a round of applause for him.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's been a very, very productive and eventful day. I would like to start with an announcement. We have late lunch for all our panelists. It's at Eco Hotel at the rooftop restaurant. There are buses out there that will take us to Eco Hotel. Please, if you don't mind, join us. We've already booked a session with them. For vote of thanks, honestly, I can't but tell you how overwhelmed we are as a bank from the managing director of the bank to every staff who have combined or put efforts together to ensuring that this session and this seminar went very, very well. We say thank you and thank you and thank you again to all the participants. We want to thank our panelists, but most essentially, we want to thank all our dignitaries that attended. They not only attended in person, but those who were not unable to attend in person gave us very soul-uplifting messages from their various places of our boat. I would like to thank exceedingly well Alhaji Aliko Dangote. I would like to thank the CBN governor for his inspiration as well as the encouragement he has given us in this our drive to ensure that export business takes a pride of place in Nigeria. I would like to thank Professor Orama, His Excellency Wemkele. I would also like to thank the present Executive Secretary of NEPC, Dr. Ezra, for waiting patiently before making his own presentation. Our panelists, we are very, very grateful. For every other person who attended this session, I say a big thank you. But my most unalloyed and very, very heartfelt appreciation goes to the Managing Director of the bank for his drive, for his perseverance, and for all the things that he does. Those that we see, as well as all those that we don't see, sir, we say a big thank you. Our founder, continue to pilot our affairs, continue to ensure that we run this race and run it successfully. To all my colleagues that helped me put this together, I say a big thank you. May God bless all of us until we meet next year again at this same session. Thank you, and God bless all of us. Thank you, everybody.
And it is my honor to say it's a wrap. Thank you once again for joining us for the 2022 Zenith Bank International Trade Seminar on Non-Oil Experts. On behalf of myself, Tolulokwe Adelere Balogun, and Boyson Omofaye, we say thank you for your attention and your time today. Please have a pleasant day. Thank you once again.